Sitting here. Oh, my back. Good evening and welcome to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen. It is June 4th, 2024. This is the public hearing. Call this public hearing to order. Only item of business is the ordinance 2024-06, an ordinance of the City of LaVergne, Tennessee, adopting the annual budget and tax rate for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2024 through June 30th, 2025. At this point, the podium is open. If anyone would like to come up and speak on the budget, now would be the time. Seeing no one, we're going to go ahead and close out the public hearing, and we will re-adjourn at 7 o'clock. Good evening and welcome to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen meeting. It is June 4th, 2024. It is 7 p.m. Call this meeting to order. We do have a quorum. First, we're going to have the presentation of colors by the Fire Department Honor Guard. Then we will have the prayer with Alderwoman Haas and the Pledge of Allegiance with Alderman Waldron. If everyone would please stand.
Arms.
Everyone bow your heads. Our Father in heaven, thank you for bringing this great group of citizens together for our Board of Mayor and Aldermen meeting and for the presentation of colors by the Fire Department Color Guard. Father, please keep Alderman Hobbs and her family in your prayers due to the passing of her grandmother. Keep them, all of her family, safe travels as they go to Pennsylvania for the services and returning home. Father, please bless our first responders, our police officers, and our firemen. Keep them safe in this hot weather. Father God, please bless the citizens of our community. Keep them safe. In all these, we ask in your Son's name. Amen.
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 I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Order. Arms. Right. Face. Forward. March.
Thank you. First order of business is to approve the minutes from the May 2nd, 2024 workshop and the May 7th, 2024 regular meeting.
I make a motion to approve the minutes.
I have a motion to approve from Alderwoman Haas. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Motion passes. Now moving on to presentations. Chief Mays. Call up Officer Darby and Cameron Snyder. Come on up here. Sorry. All right, you are here. This is one of the great parts of the job. So I'd like to present you with this citizen commendation for coming to the assistance of one of my officers, Officer Darby. And the details of the event are as follows. On April 15th, 2024, K-9 Officer Darby was in pursuit of a wanted subject that tried to drive her car through traffic, striking a black Ford Fusion. When the suspect realized she was stuck, she fled from the vehicle on foot and ran down the I-24 west on-ramp off of Waldron Road.
Canine Officer Darby initiated a foot pursuit after the suspect when he injured his left hamstring. During this time, Mr. James Snyder, known as Cameron, observed Canine Officer Darby to be injured and offered assistance by transporting him closer to the suspect. With the assistance of Mr. James Snyder, Canine Officer Darby was able to secure and arrest the wanted subject. So a citizen commendation is presented to a civilian or citizen in recognition of commendable service through assistance and support rendered to the LaVergne Police Department. So it is my honor, my privilege to present this citizen commendation to you.
Thank you. Excellent.
In addition to the citizen commendation, I would also like to present you with my Chiefs of Excellence in Service coin. I give this to my officers when they do a job well done. I want to present that to you as well.
Thank you so much.
So thank you for your assistance.
Thank you.
All right.
Good job, sir.
That is very wonderful to see, and again, thank you, Cameron. We appreciate you very much. Moving on, we've had nobody sign up for the public comment period. Now we're going to move on to departmental reports, and the police department. Chief Mays, you're back up.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Alderman, you have the report before you. There are a couple of items that I just want to highlight at face value. The report may raise some eyebrows, but I just wanted to go over a few things. The residential and business burglaries, 2 of those were residential. 1 resulted in an arrest of a subject. 3 were business related. The hours and the days of the week that these are occurring are Friday through Sunday, sometime between 3 a.m. and 8 a.m. Robberies shows a 200% increase. That involves the bank robbery, in which we had 2 subjects rob the Regions Bank. We were able, through the Alpers, to identify our getaway driver, and then we were later, through investigative efforts, our detectives were able to identify the actual bank robber himself, and we have warrants out for that individual as well. When it comes to the increase to assaults, that includes domestic, and approximately 59%, is 59.1% of our assaults are DV related. Moving on to the next page, arrests. You see some red, but these are actual, in my mind, these are actual good things. We have increased our number of arrests 85%. We have our DUI arrests are up 78.9%, and drug-related arrests are up 29.1%. And I believe that's because of our proactive efforts that we're doing as a whole as a department. Because of our increased traffic activity, I believe that directly correlates to our crashes and injury crashes, which are down 43.4% and 37.5% respectively, and our traffic stops are up 20.4%. So things are trending in the right direction. I'll entertain any questions.
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you.
Moving on to the fire department, Chief Beasley.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Alderman. I do appreciate you giving our Honor Guard an opportunity to present the colors tonight. It's a new unit for us, brand new uniforms. We've had a couple of events that we've been to. I believe we've been contacted by the high school, so definitely a public service. So thank y'all for allowing us to do that. I hope that you've had an opportunity to review the monthly report. I don't see anything out of the ordinary. I think everything's trending well. You will see an increase in the courtesy inspections as part of our pre-fire plan that we do annually. We try to make sure that we visit every single building in the city. Reduces property loss, protects lives, and it provides us a safer environment if there is an emergency there. And is there any questions about the new fire station?
Chief, tell us about the new fire station.
Well, I think right now you'd say that we're close to our newest contract date. You'll see a change order in front of you tonight that they've asked to increase their contract date by 28 days, and that's based on delivery of the front doors, the bay doors. They're a very specialty item. It's been delayed in manufacture. We hope that will ship by June 17 if we're lucky. Each one of those doors could take as much as 2 days per door to install. So I feel real confident in where we're going. We're making progress every single day. This is a really good quality product that the contractors have put on that site for us, and I think this will serve the city for a long period of time for sure.
So other than the doors, it should be ready by June 8th?
No, sir, it will not make that timeline. We had the previous change order, moved them to June 15. And he was saying, the superintendent was saying he believes he can meet that date, but their actual contract date is now July 18. So either if they make it then or not, we're still within those parameters.
We've waited this long, we can wait a
100%.
little bit longer to make it
Yeah, you'll see we put
much
concrete
as
down.
perfect as possible.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. So I'm real proud of it. We've got a lot of things that are being delivered and installed, so it's really looking nice.
Chief, do you want to speak at all on the apparatus? Because it's a little bit different this time than last month. We've actually got, for 41, the engine squad and the ladder.
Well, we'll put the ladder in service. Ladder 41 when engine 41's out of service. So we've not put the tower in service yet.
Okay.
So that's just a reserve piece of equipment that we move over to into that frontline service.
Okay. That's
You
why-
will see the extra runs. We've got staffing levels high enough that we have been actually placing some of our squads in service to run medical rather than running a large piece of fire equipment, some of that medical costs. We're trying to reduce some of the wear and tear on the fleet.
And that's the direction we want to move.
Yes, sir.
Saves wear and tear on the bigger machines.
Yes, sir.
So, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Parks and Recreation, Mr. David McGowan.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Board, thank you. You guys have the parks numbers for the month. 96 help desk tickets for 669 man hours devoted to those. So our past event was the block party was May the 11th. Upcoming events, July 4th, that's our Independence Day celebration. Upcoming meetings on June 17th. We've added the beautification at 5 p.m. Parks will be at 6, and then historical preservation at 7. July 4th celebration, gates open at 5:30. Veterans Park, 115 Floyd Mayfield Drive. Zone status will take the stage at 6 o'clock. As of now, we have about 18 food vendors. Zone status plays a little classic rock, country, and dance hits from the 50s to now. Fireworks at dark, approximately 8:45, 9 o'clock. And no personal fireworks are allowed on city property, including sparklers. So we're just trying to get that out of there because a lot of times it's a madhouse trying to track down all of that. Any questions?
David, can we work with Ann and get something out on social media about that as well, just so that the general public, I know with police, fireworks are always a struggle every 4th of July just because of how rampant it is. And Bruce, are the the different fireworks tents, are they posting the dates in their tents as far as when it's illegal to fire?
I really don't know.
Okay, can we get with them and ask them to do that this way at least it's there, no one can sit there and really say it's not. I know
Yeah.
it's a big struggle every year for people.
And I think that was included in the original press release, but we can try to highlight that, push it out a little bit more. Just an FYI, we generally shut down the Greenway parking lot, the main parking lot, a day or so ahead of time, because if we don't, we have no way to police that, and it's just a madhouse over there.
Okay.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you, David. Moving on to the library, Miss Donna Bebout and the amazing library.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Alderman, good evening. You can see our numbers there. We kind of held steady for the month of May. We will be closed on June the 19th in observance of Juneteenth. Now to get on to the fun stuff, summer reading. Our summer reading began June 1st and it goes through July 27th. We kicked it off really big on Saturday at 9:30 a.m. until 12:30 p.m. We had Bruce Amato, the magician, and we had 288 in attendance for just the magician. Our number for the attendance from the 9:30 to 12:30 was a little bit over 600. So we were very, very pleased with the turnout. That was with the rain and with no bounce house and no inflatables. Everyone came and they still had a wonderful time. We had face painting. Of course, the magician was there. We had a lot of coloring and just a lot of fun. The social atmosphere was amazing. So everyone picked up their summer reading bags and started checking out. I can't wait until we can give you our circulation number next month of what all that we checked out, because on that day, and I'm going to say the wrong number, but I want to say we checked out about 500 items. So that's pretty good. And that was in that 4-hour period. If you can look at, oh yes, got them nice and big up there. Check out Glenn and the mermaids. We had Nina and Jewel with us, and everyone loves mermaids. Glenn came in to check out our server, and next thing I know, he's taking off his coat and saying, "Hold this," and I get to take his picture. So we were very excited to have the mermaids. They are beautiful ladies, and children and adults alike love them.
I'm sure everyone loved his shirt too, right?
Pardon?
Everyone loved his shirt too,
Oh,
right?
of course, of course. He was sporting that well, and his hat. And then you see the pirate lady there with the giraffe looking on. This was a little bit of a pre-show before the magicians. The children this year were amazing. They were ready to listen. They were ready to read. It was so much fun. You know, this is my forte. This is how I started life, is teaching preschool, doing story times. And so now that I'm director, I've had to take a little step back. But oh my goodness, when I get up there, it's just so much fun. I don't know who has more fun, myself or the children. So it was great. Come by the library, pick up your summer reading bag, check out books, videos, audios, listen to e-audios, read e-books. Just have a good time.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Are you going to talk about the international dancing tomorrow?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Miss
welcome.
Carol. So tomorrow,
I thought you said thank you. I thought you was done.
tomorrow we're very excited to be a part of the International Folk Fest that comes to Tennessee and to Middle Tennessee this time of year. We were proud to have Mexico come to be with us. They will be there tomorrow. There will be 33 dancers. So we did not have a room big enough to hold all the dancers and all the audience, and they like to pull the audience in to dance. So we are actually doing it in the gallery. And the gallery is when you walk into the library, and it's the big hall that leads to the windows. We're moving everything out of the way, and there's going to be chairs for our adults. Kids can plop on the floor, and our dancers can dance their hearts out. It's going to be a great, great event, and it's one that we haven't done in a long time. I think the last time that I had the International Folk Fest was when I was at the Senior Center. So this is exciting for us.
I actually got to see them perform last night.
Did you?
And they're a very, very talented young group of students.
Good. Good. Which group did you see? Was it Mexico?
It was Mexico. They had the different students playing. The trumpeter was amazing, but they were playing violins, guitars, and then they had all the dancing. They were tossing some of the girls into the air.
Oh,
they
wow.
were going around in circles with the girls laying back as the guys were spinning them around. It was absolutely amazing. There were representatives from Murfreesboro, from Smyrna there, Carpe Artista. It was a completely amazing event.
That sounds wonderful. Well, along with that, our wonderful HR director is going to be there tomorrow. And Andrew, tell them what you're going to be doing.
Are you going to be dancing?
Playing little tiny cymbals.
Ooh.
I just found out.
We'll have to get him to dance as well.
Yes.
Hey,
So-
I hear he's
You want to
got,
join me, Vice Mayor?
You know, anyway,
that wasn't an answer.
we're on TV.
Still wasn't an answer.
I do invite everyone who gets an opportunity to come over at 10 o'clock tomorrow. It will be great. So, any questions other than those?
Good stuff.
Thank you.
Good stuff.
Thank you.
Moving on to the Finance Department. Ms. Danielle.
Hello. Included in the packet is the financial summary report. The general fund, the revenue is 31 million, expenditures is 36 million, so that's a difference of $4.3 million. The rest of the information are the other funds. Page 2 is your financial summary for the cash statements, or the bank statements. And then you have page 3. This is my first meeting doing this. So if you would like the format changed or it presented in a different format, just let me know. Graphs or whatever, try to make it more exciting, especially since I'm following Miss Donna. It's kind of hard unless I'm in a mermaid costume to follow her. Next time. Any questions?
Thank you.
Thank you.
And then moving on to the ever exciting Mr. Danny Campbell with the water treatment plant.
Good evening. No. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Board. I know exactly how you feel, Miss Danielle, so kudos to you. It doesn't get any easier, so, because Miss Donna's pretty awesome. Hope you've had an opportunity to review our monthly report for May. A couple things to mention. After the approval of the TOC analyzer that has been ordered, should be shipping this week and next week, the majority of it this week, and then one main component next week. Also, our annual flushing program should be starting. The plan is to start on June 24th, so Monday the 24th, and continue through all the hydrants that need to be flushed.
And what can residents expect to see and experience with their water during that?
Water everywhere. No, just kidding. If that happens, call Beats. Now, what you can see is you might see some water quality issues of being stirred up from the lines, maybe some dirt, debris in the water. If it doesn't go away within a day or two, please give us a call at the water treatment plant, 615-793-6536, option 2. I knew that question was coming.
And I'm sure, once again, we can get something put out on social media just to kind of alert people when we actually get started.
Yes, sir. And I will have Ann, I send her weekly, or should send her weekly updates, I'll put that on me, about where we're going to be flushing the week before, or the Friday before the Monday starts, or Monday morning for the week.
Okay.
So that everybody's aware of where the flushing is going to be taking place.
And then do you want to walk us through the customer service complaints?
No, thank you. No. We had 3 customer complaints this month. One was for no water. One was for a customer to have well water tested. And the last was for no water pressure on their cold water only. So, yeah. So that's a water treatment plant issue, of course. For that, and I'm being facetious, but that for the no water pressure, they did have work done by a plumber that day. It worked. Plumber came. It didn't work. They were advised to contact the plumber to kind of troubleshoot that issue, For the no water complaint, the customer's meter was actually locked off, so they were advised to contact water billing and try to, resolve that issue through water billing. For the customer that asked to have well water tested, I actually called that customer. I did not receive a phone call back. I left a message. In that case, if we don't typically test that well water, I can't tell them, hey, it's okay or it's not okay. So what I I will do is advise them to contact a local laboratory like Pace Laboratory out of Mount Juliet and have them run any tests that they're looking for to have complete.
And the cold water?
What's that?
And the cold water?
Oh, cold water was the plumber. Yeah. So,
Any other questions?
any other questions?
Thank you, Danny.
Me, it wasn't me.
No, I'm looking at it.
Okay, moving on to old business, second reading ordinance 2024-06, an ordinance to ordinance of the City of LaVergne, Tennessee, adopting the annual budget and tax rate for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2024 through June 30th, 2025. We did have a public hearing on this at 6:30, and no one was here to speak. Need a motion to approve or deny.
I make a motion to approve.
I have a motion to approve from Alderwoman Haas. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Vice Mayor No. Alderman Waldron.
No.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
I vote aye. Motion passes. Second reading ordinance 2024-07, an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2023-2024 equitable sharing fund budget. Need a motion to approve or deny.
Motion to approve.
I have a motion to approve from Vice Mayor No. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderwoman Haas. Alderman Waldron.
Yes.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
I vote aye. Motion passes. Moving on to the consent agenda. Need a motion to approve or deny.
Make a motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve. I will second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. Moving on to new business. First reading ordinance 2024-08, an ordinance to amend Title 20, Chapter 2, Section 20-204-13 of the LaVergne Municipal Code regarding park hours. I'll make a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderwoman Haas. Alderman Waldron.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
Motion passes. Moving on to first reading ordinance 2024-09, an ordinance to amend the LaVergne Municipal Code by deleting Title II, Chapter 3, the Senior Citizens Advisory Committee. Need a motion to approve or deny.
Motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Alderwoman Haas. Is there a second?
Second for discussion.
Second from Vice Mayor No. I'll go ahead and open it up.
You know, I just got to say that I know how this vote's going to go, or I think it is, and I just want to say I'm going to miss all these folks that I've been chairman of for 6 years. I know they're still heavily involved with the senior center now, and they're looking forward to helping 50 forward. So,
Any other discussion on this? Alderman Waldron.
no.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
I vote aye. Motion passes. First reading ordinance 2024-10, an ordinance to amend Title 18, Chapter 4, Section 18-406 of the LaVergne Municipal Code regarding Service Connect fees. I'll make a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderwoman Haas. Alderman Waldron.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
Motion passes. First reading ordinance 2024-11, an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2023-2024 general fund budget. Need a motion to approve or deny.
Motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Vice Mayor No. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderwoman Haas. Alderman Waldron.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
Motion passes. Number 12, Resolution 2024-15, a resolution of the City of LaVergne to appropriate funds to nonprofit organizations for the fiscal year 2024-2025 budget. Need a motion to approve or deny.
Motion to approve.
I have a motion to approve from Alderwoman Haas. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Vice Mayor No. Alderman Waldron.
No.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
I vote aye. Resolution passes. Resolution 2024-16, a resolution to accept Section 2 of the Finch Branch subdivision. This received a favorable recommendation from the Planning Commission on March 28th, 2024. I'm sorry, May 28th, 2024. I make a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderwoman Haas. Alderman Waldron.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
Motion passes. Resolution 2024-17, a resolution to name the new Fire Station 41 headquarters in honor of Richard Ricky McCormick. I make a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Vice Mayor No. Alderman Waldron.
Aye.
Alderman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Heck yes.
And I vote yes. Motion passes. Number 15, motion to approve an amendment and restated water operation and maintenance agreement with Inframark LLC. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Alderwoman Haas. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Vice Mayor No. Alderman Waldron.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
Motion passes. Moving on to appoint or remove board and committee members. First, we've got the Economic Development Advisory Committee. We have a vacancy that's been there for a little bit with the resignation of Floyd Dennis, who moved out of the city. And then we have Eric Tudobaney's term that is expiring. We do have one applicant, which is Tabitha Howard, and Eric does wish to remain on this board. So I would appoint them both back to this board. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That motion passes. And then last but not least, we've got the Local Emergency Planning Committee. We've got one term vacant, and the staff recommends appointing Danielle Brown to fill the vacated finance position. I will appoint her to that. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That motion passes. Moving on to the to mayor and alderman comments. Alderman Waldron.
Again, check on the elderly, and make sure your pets have ample shade and fresh water. That's it.
Alderman Haas.
Everybody stay safe.
Vice Mayor No.
Going to say it, as I've said it before, fireworks are coming. Our police are going to do the best they can do, but we need help from the citizens out there. People are not going to obey the laws. It's a given. So when you start hearing fireworks, if you can pinpoint the location, call the non-emergency number. Keep calling the non-emergency number. That's what they're there for. That's what they get paid for. Help us out, though. Don't just assume that they are going to be there, because if they've got other more important stuff going on. But fireworks is coming. That's it.
Well, with that, fireworks are coming, so be sure to come out to Veterans Memorial Park for our Independence Day celebration with zone status. Should be a lot of fun. I hear that the two chiefs are going to get up and sing the national anthem together for us, so it's going to be wonderful.
The
And-
chief financial officer, right?
No, but we are going to have HR. HR will be playing the cymbals behind you. So I wanted to mention, I'm very excited to see that the budget passed. This has got all kinds of new things for the city. You've got a new codes enforcer that would come on. You've got whether it's 3 full-time positions for the or for the police department. We've got community service coordinators. We've got some lieutenant positions with the fire department. Rehabbing one of our parks, Mankin Park, and the walking trail. Working on the Blair West extension and lots of engineering projects, because I know Gary loves all of those. And just, it's going to keep moving the city forward. And so is it a perfect budget that has everything everyone wanted? No. We don't have unlimited funds. So this is doing a great job with what we have, and it keeps the city moving forward. With that, call this meeting adjourned.
everybody in the library? I bet they're out there sleeping and they're all awake now. Well, this summer, remember our theme is what's cooking at the library. So let's all scream as loud as we can on the count of 3. What's cooking? And we'll see if Bruce Amato comes out and performs some magic tricks for us. So help me count. 1, 2, 3.
Well, thank you and good morning. How's everybody doing today? Oh, hey, let's try that one more time. How's everybody doing? Welcome to the library and welcome to the magic show. My name is Mr. Bruce, and by a show of hands, how many have ever seen me perform before? Raise your hands. Oh, that's good. Hands down. How many don't know who I am? Raise your hands. That's good, too. Hands down. How many don't know who you are? Raise your hands. Hey, we're going to have an awesome time today. Our show is called Imagine That. What's it say? Imagine That. In a few moments, we're going to take a little magical journey and investigate some fun important things and what it takes to use our imaginations. You know, every day we use our imaginations, whether we're playing or whether we're working, but when it comes to reading, do we use our imaginations? Of course we do. And today we're going to have some fun with our imaginations, but first, if you see something you like, clap your hands really loud. It shows if you're having fun. Let me hear you. All right. Number 2, if you see something you think is funny, they want to make you laugh or giggle, go ahead and laugh and giggle, okay? That's good. Don't hold that laughter in because you might explode or something, okay? So, anyways, you know, to start the show off today, I thought I'd give everybody a little test. Now, I brought along a little bag. This is called a do-nothing bag. Anybody know why we call it a do-nothing bag? It doesn't do a thing. But today it does serve a very special purpose because on one side, the bag has white spots and it's blue. The other side is white with blue spots. Now, in the bag here, there are 2 handkerchiefs. Let me show you. The first one here happens to be white. Now, this used to be blue, but I bleached it white. Then I got another one right here. This one is blue. This used to be white, but I dyed it blue. And then, of course, the inside of the bag is completely empty. Well, right now, we're going to see if we can work a little magic this morning. We're going to see if we can change the colors of the handkerchiefs. Do you think we can do it? All right. Well, we're going to give it a try. All I want you to do on the count of 3 is yell the magic words. Imagine that. Are you ready? Here we go. 1, 2, 3. I'll give it 2 taps. 1 for hot, 2 for cold. All right. Then when I reach inside, let's see what happens. You're not going to believe this. It's changed colors. Look at here. Do you remember the white handkerchief? Well, look. The white handkerchief has changed to blue. And the blue has changed to white. Oh, you're not going to fall for that, are you? I tell you what, let's try one more time. All right. Wiggle everybody out. Just wiggle your fingers toward the bag. Everybody say, imagine that. I'll give it 2 more taps. 1 for hot, 2 for cold. This time, the handkerchiefs will be covered in spots, just like the bag. Here we go. Look at this. This is so cool. You are not going to believe this. Look at here. They are covered in spots. Look at this. The white handkerchief, check this out, is now covered in white spots. And the blue one's covered in blue spots. You're not going to fall for that either, are you? I'll tell you what, let's try again. Everybody wiggle your fingers toward the bag, and I want you to say, imagine that. Imagine that. One more time, we give it 2 taps. 1 for hot, 2 for cold. Let's see what happened, because when I reach inside here, oh yeah, it has worked. Because remember the blue handkerchief? Look, the blue handkerchief is covered in white spots, and the white one is covered in blue spots, and give yourselves a hand. All right. Uh-oh, we got a problem. We're missing a spot. It must have fallen on the floor. Wait a minute, let me check the bag. Maybe it's inside here. Oh, here it is. Would you like to see it? Yeah. It's actually a pretty big spot. In fact, the only spot that's in the bag here happens to be my dog spot. Everybody likes to see, so give yourselves a big hand for helping me out there. All
Hey, you know, we're going to have an awesome time today, and right now, I need to borrow a volunteer. I need to get a girl up here to help me. Somebody with a big smile on her face. Let's see here. Hey, would you like to help me? Come on up here. Let's give her a big hand. Here she comes. Right over here. Come right over here. How you doing? What's your name? Lexi. Give Lexi a big hand. All right. Now, Lexi, you got a big audience here today, and it's hard for everybody to hear you talk, so you got to speak up real loud, okay? All right. So, Lexi, are you having fun? That's good. You like magic? Do you like to read? Do you like the library? Do you like to say yes? That's what I thought, okay. Hey, you know, I gotta tell you, I chose Lexi because she looks like she has a good imagination. But not only that, I bet you she loves helping Mom and cook at home. You like to help Mom cook? Have you ever baked cookies and cakes and things like that? Well, this is great. Well, today, I thought it'd be fun to let Lexi here bake everybody here a great big cake. What do you think? Actually, I don't think cake would be good. I think something like cookies. How about cookies? Now, Lexi, in order for us to do this, we don't want to get any ingredients on your clothes there, so I brought along a little bag here. Would you reach inside there and take out what's in there for me? That's good. Everybody know what that is? Oh, that's not a diaper. Who said that? That's a shelf tab. Okay, go ahead and put it on your head there for me, Lexi. Oh, this is going to look so cool on you. There you go. Oh, yeah. You look like Chef Boyardee. Okay, good. Reach in there. There's something else in there. Can you find it? It's kind of hard to find, isn't it? Tell you what, I'll get it for you. It's way down in the bottom. It's really kind of hard to get. There it is. Yes, thank you. Okay, good. Oh, yes. Usually everybody claps right out there. Okay, that's good. All right. Now, Lexi, would you face the audience? What we're going to do is we're just going to go ahead and tie this right around your waist. It's a very simple thing. Sorry about that. I thought you were taller than that. Anyways, we'll just tie it around her waist here. It's very simple thing. That's going to work, is it? Tell you what, Lexi, hold your arms up for me. There you go. We'll just tie this right around your waist with one big bow here. There you go. You're doing great. All right. And I think she's ready to bake some cookies. All right, Lexi, are you ready? Good. Now, you got to step into the kitchen. The kitchen is right about there. Now, in a kitchen, naturally, you got to have an oven. So I brought along a little oven with me today. This is called my magic oven. You see, because it's not powered by electricity. It's not even powered by batteries. It's powered by your imagination. Now, I have put a few ingredients in here already, like flour and milk and sugar. But what kind of cookies do you think we ought to make? Chocolate. I think I've got some chocolate in my ingredient bag here, so I got a cupcake. All right. I'll go ahead and put a little chocolate in there, and let's see, how about some peanut butter? This could be good. This could be chocolate chip peanut butter cookies. Perfect. Not a problem. We'll just... Those worms got a hold of it. Hey, you know what? I got an idea. I'm going to go ahead and stick a little of that peanut butter in there. And, oh, boy. And, Laura, can we turn the volume down just a little bit? We're getting a lot of feedback. Let's see, what other kind of ingredients? How about some pizza? No, that wouldn't work. Hey, I got it. We got to have bagel powder in there. Also known as salt. We'll put a little of that in there. All right, good. All right, Lexi, are you ready? We're now going to do the magic. All we need now is a magic wand, so I believe I've got one right back here for you. All you're going to do, Lexi, is take the magic wand, you're going to wave it over the oven. Tap it 3 times, and the magic will happen. Everybody say, those magic words are pretty powerful in more ways than one. Lexi, I'd like you to open up the oven and show everybody what you have done. Go ahead. Let them see all the cookies there. There's the start. Look at this. Lexi, look at here. Cookies. That's my racket Roxy. You might want to get my hand. All right. Look at there. I don't know how we got in here, but hey, you know what? You can that'll be real sweet. That's good. All right, shake hands with me like that. All right, there you go. Go ahead. You won't bite you. Here, shake hands with him like that. There you go. See, look at there. Ever shook hands with a bunny? You still haven't. That was his paw. But you know what? You might want to give Roxy a big hand for showing up today. All right. I'll tell you what, at the end of the show, I'll let you guys see him up close. How's that sound? All right. Well, let's give him another big hand for showing up. All right. We'll put him back here so he can watch the rest of the show. But you know what? I gotta tell you, Lexi, you did an awesome job. Come over here. You know, kind of face the audience. But I'm a little disappointed we didn't make any cookies, did we? I think I figured out why we didn't make any cookies. You see, all those important ingredients had a great big heritage. Well, let's give Lexi a big hand for coming out there today. Thank you, Lexi. Are you having a good time? Raise your hands if you love to read. Raise your hands if you love the library. Raise your hands if you love books. Raise your hands if you like to raise your hands. Hey, you know, I love to read. I got to tell you, when I was 7 years old, was the very first time I discovered the library. It was quite an experience, and I'm going to show you today. You see, I brought along a little folder with me. What does it say, gang? Library. Now, I brought along a picture of me when I was 7 years old. It's right in here. Let me show you. There I am. That was the resemblance. Anyways, the first day I went to the library was quite an experience. You see, I walked through those big glass double doors, and I was in awe. I saw hundreds of thousands of books. I didn't even know where to begin because nobody told me you could go to the library and read all the books you wanted to for free. I thought that was a neat idea. Well, after looking around in the library, I went to one side and I found a book on racing because I love racing. And I sat down and I started reading it. You know what I started doing? I started whistling. I was whistling so loud in the library, everybody turned around and looked at me, and they all went, what'd they do? Meaning what? Quiet in the library. Because you're supposed to be real quiet, right? People are studying and they're learning and they're reading. Well, nobody told me that. And as you can see, I kind of turned red with embarrassment. Well, I didn't think too much about it, so I went back to reading my book, and after a while, I got tired of that book. You know what I did? Picked it up, went over and put it right on the shelf where I got it. Went over to the other side of the library. Oh, by the way, as you can see, I kind of turned back to my old self again. Anyways, I sat down and I started reading his book on music because I love music. You know what I started doing this time? No, I wasn't whistling. I was singing. I was singing so loud that everybody in the library stood up, slammed their book shut. What do you think they did? Meaning, quiet in the library. Because we're supposed to be courteous to those that are around us, right? Well, once again, as you can see, I kind of turned red with embarrassment. But you know, I learned a very valuable lesson that day. I learned that from then on, when I went to the library, I was going to be courteous to those that are around me. Because people are studying, they're learning, but most of all, they're there to read. But you know, I've done this trick so many times, nobody's ever figured this out. Pretty neat, huh? What? Turn it around? Who said turn it around? Well, I can do that. There, how's that? Oh, the other way, you want me to turn it like this? Oh, you want to see the back? Not a problem. There's the back. Nothing's on the back. Oh, the back of the car. You really want to see it? All right, well, I gotta be honest with you. There is another picture here. But you see, it happens to be the back of my head. When a sign that says quiet, meaning quiet in the library. Pretty amazing, huh? What? Oh, you think there's another picture? the audience and go like this. I can do dog. All right, let's try when I pat you on the shoulder. Go ahead. That's good. Give a hand. All right. Okay. Gary, you stand right about there for me, okay? All right. Now, what's your name again? Brianna? Okay, Brianna, you stand there. Now, you're going to play the part of the pretty professor. That means you're smart. Okay? So whenever I touch you on the shoulder, Brianna, you look at the audience and go like this, in a loud voice. I know it all. That's all you got to do. Okay? Let's try it. You got to say, I know it all. Okay, that's good. You got to do it a little louder, though. Let's try it again. Good. Give her a hand. All right. All right. Tyree, right? All right, Tyree, you stand right here, buddy, because you're going to play the part of the penniless peasant. You know what penniless means? You have nothing. Zip, zilch, big goose egg. You're poor. But you do have something very special, Tyree. You know what it is? It's right over here. What's there? A heart. You've got a big heart. So anytime I touch you on the shoulder, Tyree, you go like this. Cover your heart. Go ahead. Cover your heart. Look at the audience and say, I have a big heart. All right, real loud so everybody can hear you. That's good. Give them a big hand. All right. So, does everybody remember their parts? All right. Gary, you're the strong man. I can do it all. That's right. We have the pretty professor. And we have the selfish Sulkin. Oh, yeah. And then we've got the penniless peasant. Very good. Give them all another hand. All right. Now, Elijah, we got to make you look something like a sultan, so kind of turn and face the audience. I brought along a few little goodies here for you. Right over here. All right. Elijah, we got to make you look like a sultan, so I got this really stylish thing we're going to use on you here. Yes. That looks really cool on you. All right, that's good. And I also have an official sultan's hat for you, okay? There you go. Good. That looks great. Okay, Gary, you move over here. Brianna, you stand there. Kyrie, you stand right there. Shoulder to shoulder, guys. A little closer. A little closer. Keep going, Brianna. Keep going. There you go. All right. All right. Kyrie, kind of move over a little bit, buddy. Don't worry. She ain't going to bite you. All right. We got a little room up here, okay? All right. Everybody remember their parts? Here we go. Once upon a time, in a faraway land, there lived a sultan, a selfish sultan. Every day he spent his time in his big, beautiful castle, counting all of his riches. Didn't have any friends, didn't want any friends, but he was afraid everybody was after his money. Anytime he saw anybody out on the streets, he'd always brag about everything he had. That's right, he had it all. He had good looks. He had a beautiful castle. He had loads of money. He drove around in a brand new 2009 Mustang. Every day he'd walk out on his balcony and look at all the people down below and he'd brag. But everybody in the village always looked up at him and they always went. See, it wasn't that they didn't like the sultan. They just felt sorry for him. He didn't have any friends. He didn't want any friends. Well, one day, this little guy named Tyree, who was a penniless peasant, comes walking into town, didn't have much of anything, but he did have one special thing. That's right, he had a big heart. He had something that the sultan didn't have. Well, when the sultan found out about this, he was mad. He was really mad. He looks really mad, doesn't he? In fact, he was so mad he was determined to throw Tyree in jail. Why? Because Tyree had something the sultan didn't have. And that was a big heart. Well, he devised a fiendish plan. He was set out to find out who Tyree was and throw him in jail. So he came up with this very unusual situation. He called all his village craftsmen together. He says, guys, I want you to make me a big clear box. In that box, I want you to fill it with precious jewels and gems. And so they did. Ooh. Everybody go, ooh. Good, Tyree. For lots of money if they were real. Yes. In fact, it was a really interesting competition that the sultan had come up with. Anybody in the village who could pick up this little tiny box with their little pinky would win all the jewels. Well, everybody in the village was overjoyed with that because most of the people in the village didn't have competition began. The first person up was Gary. That's right, Gary stood up to the plate, he took his pinky, and he tried to pick it up off the box. Your pinky, 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 that's good, Gary. Try to pick it up. No, pick it up. But he couldn't budge it. All right, Gary, stand back. The next person up to bat happened to be the pretty professor. She knew it all, or so she thought she did. She stepped up to the plate. She took her pinky and she tried to pick it up. But she couldn't budge it. Well, the Sultan was laughing his head off. Yeah. He said, let me show you how a professional can do it. He took his pinky and he tried. But he couldn't even budge it. Well, the last person up to bat happened to be Kyrie, the penniless peasant. That's right, he stepped forward. He took his pinky, and he tried to pick the box right up off the top here. Here's the handle there, Kyrie. And he plucked it right off the tray. And give him a big hand. Well, everybody in the village was overjoyed because Kyrie won all of those jewels. But there's more to the story. You see, the Sultan realized something that day. He couldn't throw Tyree in jail. Tyree taught him a very valuable lesson. You see, Tyree, as kind-hearted as he is, was going to share all the jewels with everybody in the village. Well, the Sultan thought about this for a moment. He said, hey, you know, it doesn't matter how much money you have, or how strong you are, or how smart you are. The real magic comes from inside us and who we are and what we represent. And that, my friends, is called sharing and caring. And that's some seriously real magic. The end. And you know what? I think Elijah and the rest of the gang did an awesome job. And as they go back to their seats, give them a big hand for coming up here today. Thank you, guys. Are you having a good time? Yeah! Hey, you know, one of my all-time favorite books is American History. Does anybody here know who made the American flag? Me? No, not me. Actually, somebody by the name of Betsy Ross. Did you know it took Betsy about 3 months to make a little flag about this big? You see, she didn't have a sewing machine. Everything was done by needle and thread and by hand. Well, I got to wondering the other day, wouldn't it have been amazing if she knew a little magic? Could have snapped her fingers and made a flag in less than 5 seconds? We're going to do it today. And I need to borrow somebody to play the part of Betsy Ross. Oh, let's see. Somebody to play the part of Betsy. Would you like to help? Come on up here. All right, give her a big hand. Here she comes. Right over here. There you go. You stand right here. And I need 2 fellas to help me out. You need orange. Come on up here. You stand right over here, buddy. And one more fellow. How about you? Just come on up here. You stand right here. Let's give them all a big hand. All right. So what is your name? Madison? Okay, Madison. Your name is? Devin? And your name is? What is it? Fred? All right, let's give them all a big hand. All right. So we got Fred, we got Devin, we got Madison. All right. Now, Madison, you're going to play the part of Betsy Ross. All right, Fred and Devin here are going to play the part of Colonial Minutemen. You guys know what Colonial Minutemen are? They're soldiers. That's right, back in the colonial period. So I want you guys to stand shoulder to shoulder. Turn this way. Fred, there you go. Hands at your side. Feet together. Look straight out at the audience. Up your chest. Up it up. Oh, it is out. Okay. And I want you guys to look real mean. Look real mean. Look real stern. Oh, you guys look real mean. Okay. Now, I've got a few little goodies here, so we know that you guys are going to make good soldiers. I have some colonial hats for you, one for you, and I got some glasses so you guys can see exactly what you're doing. So, Fred, we're going to put that on your hair, and that one over here is for Devin. There you go, Devin. Okay, correct. We're now ready to proceed. To hit the flag, you got to have some cloth. So I brought 3 pieces of cloth. The first one is red. All right, Madison, hold that. The next one is white. Devin, hold that one for me. good thing that Madison didn't wave her hand over the top, because we really would have been in trouble. Uh-oh. Madison, did you wave your hand over the top? Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, look at this. Oh, goodness. Now, that definitely is not going to work, is it? We got a flag, but we don't have any stars. Hey, are we going to give up that easy? Yeah. I think this calls for some extra special. All right. Would you do me a favor, David? Drop it right down in there for me, please. We're going to go ahead and give her the magic wand. There you go, Madison. I want you to wave it over the top. Tap it 3 times for me. Perfect. And you hold on to that there, Fred. Because when I reach in, we now have the American flag. There it is. Take it out. Wave it over the top. Tap it 3 times. Perfect. Hold on to that there, Devin. All right. When I reach in, we now have... work. I think this calls for something extra special. You see, today, my friends, I brought my super duper, colossal, turbocharged magic wand. And it's big, too. All right. All right. Now, Madison, put this on your shoulder. One hand goes up here. One goes underneath. Aim it right toward Devin and Fred. Okay. In a few moments, Madison is going to push the green button on that wand. When she does, smoke, lightning, and fire will shoot out of this wand. It'll hit the bag, and we'll have the flag. All right. You ready, Madison? All right, let me put your finger on the button. It's right there. Now, don't move your hand on the green one. Don't push the one beside it, the red one. You know what happens if you push the red button? Everybody's hair falls out. Here we go. All right, on the count of 3, everybody say bang. 1, 2, 3. Hey, push the button, Madison. Did you push it? Wait a minute here. Hold everything. Yeah, she pushed it. Fred, did you see any smoke shoot out? Any fire? Any lighting down? Oh, I bet you it's the batteries. The batteries are always giving me the take the wand there. Wave it right over the top. Tap it 3 times. 1, 2, 3. Guys, wave your wands over the top. Tap it 3 times. And everybody say, Imaginex. You know, those magic words are pretty powerful. Wow. You know what, guys? I believe we have done something special. We made the American flag. Devin and Madison did such an awesome job. And you know what? If you guys go back to your seats, I think everybody here's got something for you. A great big round of applause. Thank you, guys. Alrighty. Well, has everybody had a good time today? Have you had a really good time? Looks like our time is just about up. But before we leave here today, there's a couple things I want to tell you. At the very end you keep reading, and I'll see you soon. Bye-bye, everybody.
Coming up on Destination Tomorrow, we'll travel to NASA Johnson Space Center to find out why radiation will be one of our major challenges as we prepare for missions to the Moon and to Mars. We'll also travel to Brookhaven National Laboratory to examine how researchers are studying the effects of radiation on human tissue. All this and more next on Destination Tomorrow.
Hello everyone, I'm Steele McGonigal.
And I'm Kara O'Brien. Welcome to this edition of Destination Tomorrow.
On this episode, we'll be focusing on how radiation will affect our efforts to reach destinations like the Moon and Mars.
In recent years, NASA researchers have been striving to meet the goal of sending astronaut crews to the Moon, Mars, and beyond. Although there are numerous technological and logistical hurdles to get over, one of the most daunting challenges facing us will be protecting astronauts from harmful radiation. Here on Earth and in low Earth orbit, radiation risks are somewhat mitigated due to the protection provided by our thick atmosphere and our magnetosphere. But outside the protection of Earth, the radiation in space could prove deadly if humans are not properly protected.
Even though radiation studies have been going on for years, new questions are being asked in preparation for extended stays in space. Some of the key questions NASA researchers must address include, how can we assure survival and health of humans traveling far from Earth? What technology must we create to enable explorers to go beyond where we've been? And what new opportunities can research bring to enrich the lives of everyone back here on Earth?
To help answer these questions, we'll travel to some of the facilities that are allowing us to better understand radiation and the dangers astronauts may face. Up first, correspondent Tonya St. Romain spoke with Mark Weiland of the Space Radiation Analysis Group at NASA Johnson Space Center. This group is working hard to monitor and protect our crews from this dangerous radiation. Here's Tonya to explain.
Living and working outside of Earth's atmosphere is a very dangerous proposition. Extreme temperatures, lack of oxygen, and hosts of other risks make space a very hostile environment for humans. But one of the least talked about and most dangerous risks associated with spaceflight is radiation exposure. When astronauts travel outside of Earth's atmosphere, they're routinely exposed to much higher levels of radiation than are typically encountered back here on Earth. For this reason, the Space Radiation Analysis Group, or SRAG, is working to develop tools that will monitor radiation events caused by the sun and other radiation-producing sources. These tools will be used to help us better understand how to keep our crews safe from radiation exposure when traveling outside the Earth's atmosphere. I spoke with Mark Weiland at NASA Johnson Space Center to find out more.
Our team here at SRAG is a great group of people who's charged with keeping the radiation as low as possible to the astronauts. And we do this with monitoring, with shielding analyses of new vehicles, and with real-time support and mission control.
How is radiation measured in space?
We have to use different kinds of monitoring techniques than you use on the ground. If you work in a hospital or a nuclear power plant, they have radiation instrumentation, which measures very different types of radiation than we're concerned about in space. So the instruments we use are very different. We also have monitors on unmanned vehicles. The GOES spacecraft, which watches weather on Earth, also has radiation instruments on it that we use. And there's other instruments that are closer to the sun that we look at. We have to measure this radiation because it's very damaging biologically to the crew. We know this from research that shows space radiation can be more harmful to people than radiation here on Earth. And it's also a legal requirement. Astronauts are classified as radiation workers, and so we have to monitor their exposures. We also, by doing this, we know when they approach administrative limits and legal limits, and so that we can take action to prevent them from getting there.
Where does radiation in space come from?
Actually, it comes in 3 different places when we're in low Earth orbit, like on Space Shuttle or Space Station. We have radiation from our trapped radiation belts, the Van Allen belts. We have radiation that comes from outside our solar system called galactic cosmic radiation. We also have radiation that comes from the sun during big solar particle events. Now, the sun has an 11-year cycle that goes from very minimum amounts of activity to very maximum amounts of activity. And during the maximum amounts of activity, we have lots of solar particle events and solar flares, and we can get radiation from those events. Now, when we're going back to the moon and we're outside of the Earth's protected belts, it's going to be much more dangerous for the crews. We can cause acute effects. The crew can get sick very rapidly, unlike they can on Space Station or Space Shuttle.
After about a half-century of human spaceflight, radiation detection and predicting space weather events is still not an exact science. Unfortunately, we cannot accurately determine when large particle ejections, called coronal mass ejections, or CMEs, will occur. A large CME can contain billions of tons of matter that can be accelerated to several million miles per hour. At these speeds, particles can reach Earth in a very short period of time. When the particles reach us, they collide with our magnetosphere and create auroras over the polar regions. Although beautiful to watch, the events which lead to this phenomenon can be very damaging and dangerous to astronauts outside the protection of the magnetosphere. In fact, between the Apollo 16 and Apollo 17 moon missions, a large solar particle event occurred. If astronauts had been in space during the event, the doses of radiation they would have been exposed to could have produced severe health effects within a short time. This is one of the main reasons better radiation prediction and monitoring are a focus of study.
How much time do you have to predict solar flares?
Well, it's actually very difficult to predict space weather. Just as we have a very hard time predicting hurricanes and tornadoes here on Earth, it's very difficult to predict when a solar flare is going to happen. A lot of solar physicists around the world are working on that problem, but right now we don't take action with the crew until we measure an increase in radiation. We are looking at trying to predict when there's an all-clear period. That'll allow us perhaps to do an EVA on the surface of the moon when we know there's a 90% chance we won't have a bad solar flare within the next 2 days. Yeah, the sun has an 11-year cycle, and every 11 years it goes from solar minimum, 5.5 years later solar maximum, and then back to solar minimum again. During solar minimum, there are very few sunspots, if any, and thus no solar flares. All the solar flares and solar particle events come out of the sunspots. During solar maximum, we have a lot of activity going on with the sun, and we have a lot of solar particle events. So during solar maximum, we're very active in mission control, trying to keep the crew from getting too much radiation from those events.
Is there a difference in the sources of radiation in space?
There actually is. From solar particle events, we can protect the crew from that type of radiation. From the galactic cosmic radiation, it's very heavy ions, high energy types of particles that we cannot shield against. It would take too much shielding and is cost prohibitive to put that much mass up there. And the reason we try to keep the crew's dose as low as reasonably achievable is because any increase in dose is directly proportional to an increase in the probability that they'll get a fatal cancer. And unlike many of the risks that astronauts are exposed to, and there are many, radiation is one of the few risks that they will carry with them the rest of their life.
Do you think our predictive models will change dramatically for future missions?
Okay, actually, I think they will get better. I believe that all the science that's being done by all the solar physicists and the space physicists is going to lead to better predictive models. They're doing a lot of great work. They're launching a lot of new missions, and those missions are there to explicitly study the types of physics that will lead to these better models. As we prepare to go back to the moon and Mars, our team here at SRAG is extremely excited to be a part of that effort of keeping astronauts safe. For me and my team to be standing over in mission control when we step foot on the moon again would be one of the greatest achievements of my lifetime.
Space radiation is not typically harmful to us on Earth because the Earth's magnetic field extends thousands of miles out into space, helping shield us from the dangerous particles. Up next, we find out how radiation may affect astronauts on longer duration missions. But first, did you know that some astronauts from the Apollo mission through today have reported actually seeing radiation as flashes in their eyes? The flash the astronauts experience is space radiation zipping through their eyes like subatomic bullets. When the radiation strikes the retina, it triggers a false signal that the brain interprets as a flash of light. This is problematic because this radiation kills brain cells and also can trigger long-term problems such as cataracts, which is a clouding of the lens that focuses light on the retina. Research is now underway to help develop probes that can detect signs of cataracts in humans years before they become visible. Eventually, astronauts might carry such a probe with them on space missions, checking their eyes as they go.
For many years, NASA has been sending robotic spacecraft to faraway planets like Mars. Some of these missions have included instruments that have given us a basic understanding of the types of radiation we can expect outside the Earth orbit. Even with this knowledge, there is still much to be learned about how the radiation in deep space will affect our astronaut crews. To help increase our knowledge base, a unique facility called the NASA Space Radiation Laboratory is testing living cells with the types of radiation found in space. Our Johnny Alonso traveled to the Brookhaven National Laboratory in Long Island, New York to find out more.
Radiation exposure is a very real risk for astronauts. Ailments such as cataracts and many forms of cancer can be directly attributed to high exposure levels. Because most of our recent astronauts have remained in low Earth orbit where the Earth's magnetosphere provides some protection from radiation, exposure has been somewhat limited. But with future astronauts traveling to destinations like the Moon and Mars, radiation exposure will once again be at the forefront of study. To help us prepare for these dangerous space missions, NASA, in cooperation with the Brookhaven National Laboratory, is conducting research to help us understand the biological effects of space radiation. I spoke with Dr. Marcelo Vasquez at the NASA Space Radiation Laboratory here in Long Island, New York, to find out more.
Well, basically, I'm interested to find out if a galactic cosmic ray can kill brain cells. So in order to understand that, we have different models. For example, culture cells and petri dishes, expose them to cosmic rays and see if the cosmic ray can kill brain cells or produce some functional damage. That's one part of my research. The other part is study animals. If after cosmic ray radiation, they have some kind of behavioral changes or functional changes after long terms after their exposure. Basically, we want to try to understand the risk for astronauts for neurological damage induced by cosmic rays.
So how is galactic cosmic radiation different from other types of radiation?
Basically, we can say that the origin of these galactic cosmic rays are far, far away from us, outside our galaxy. Basically, supernovas well beyond our galaxy explode and produce this kind of tremendous release of energy, and that energy is cosmic rays. So cosmic rays are basically atoms, elements, that travel in space near the speed of light. And one of the big unknowns is what kind of biological effect this cosmic ray can produce on astronauts. And this is really important for the new exploration mission to go back to the Moon and go to Mars. So our concern is that those cosmic rays, those atoms that are flying through the universe, they have the potential to produce damage. So one of the goals is try to find out what is the best strategies to reduce the risk for astronauts, for example, for Mars mission and Moon outposts and sorties. There's several ways we can protect, and we believe that this radiation risks are not a showstopper for astronauts, but there's a lot of unknowns, and that we need to reduce those unknowns in order to send astronauts in a safe way. But no matter what, astronauts with the best shielding, the best strategy, always will be exposed to some level of radiation.
How do you simulate galactic cosmic radiation on Earth?
We have what is called the NASA Space Radiation Laboratory. It's a facility to simulate the space radiation environment for biology or material sciences. So we have at Brookhaven big machines called particle accelerators. We benefit for that because they can accelerate cosmic rays like iron or carbon to the speed and energy that you will encounter in space. So these big machines deliver in a controlled fashion those heavy ions or charged particles to a target room. And so we can put cells, tissues on molecules in our target area and expose to those cosmic rays to understand what are the basic mechanisms. So the NASA have a research program addressing different topics like brain damage, cancer, DNA damage repair. It's a multi-user facility dedicated to support the NASA radiation health program.
How will biological research assist us in keeping our astronaut crews safe?
The first step is to understand the mechanism. So imagine this. These heavy particles traveling through your body traverse your cells, your skin, your brain, or liver. And we know for the fact, by our basic research, that when these particles traverse a cell, produce DNA molecule damage.
Ionizing radiation is a stream of particles that, when passing through a body, has enough energy to cause the atoms to lose electrons. These heavy ions can damage living cells and may cause changes in the cell's ability to carry out repair and reproduction. This could lead to mutations in an astronaut's cells, which may result in tumors, cancer, genetic defects in offspring, or even death. By one NASA estimate, for each year an astronaut spends in deep space, about 1/3 of their cell nuclei will be hit directly with heavy ions. With this knowledge in hand, a big push is on to better understand exactly how to properly protect our new exploration crews. Can you tell me the risks of long-term exposure versus short-term exposure?
Overall, NASA is concerned what is the total risk imposed by solar particle events that will be acute, so a really high dose of radiation delivered in a short period of time. But the good news is that we know how to protect astronauts for that. But one of the big risks is the chronic low-dose exposure to galactic cosmic rays, and we still are thinking what is the best way to protect astronauts for that kind of risk.
In one study, it was determined that an astronaut on a 900-day Mars mission, housed inside a conventional spacecraft, would encounter nearly 1.1 sieverts of radiation. That is the equivalent to the amount of radiation one would be exposed to in 550 years on Earth.
So what does the future hold for this type of research?
Well, I think it's a bright future because for NASA and the plans to return to the moon and go to Mars, radiation is a really, really critical risk to need to be studied. So our research will play a critical role for future plans.
In the hope to better train and disseminate information about effects of these particles on living cells, researchers at Brookhaven National Labs also host a summer camp that teaches rudimentary particle physics to future and current biologists. Coming up, we'll find out how NASA is developing new shielding and protection procedures. But first, did you know that the Concorde jet had radiation detection equipment on board to protect the crews and passengers from galactic radiation? This type of equipment was needed because of the high altitudes the jet flew. Typical commercial aircraft generally fly between 20,000 and 45,000 feet. The Concorde would routinely fly at about 60,000 feet. The Earth's atmosphere offers little protection from radiation at such high altitudes. In the event that high levels are detected, an alert would sound inside the cockpit, allowing the pilots to descend to safer altitudes. Radiation is all around us. In fact, everyone has been exposed to some form of it during their lifetime. Whether from sitting on the beach, having x-rays taken, or even flying in an airplane, radiation exposure is unavoidable. Most of us can take steps to limit our exposure through staying out of the sun, using sunscreen, or just staying away from potentially hazardous risks. Of course, astronauts don't have the same luxury. To help ensure their safety, sophisticated monitoring and shielded systems have been developed by researchers at NASA Johnson Space Center. Let's go back to Tonya St. Romain to find out more.
Radiation is one of the biggest dangers facing our space crews. In fact, exposure to it is such a risk that officially, the U.S. Occupational Safety and Health Administration lists all astronauts as radiation workers. This designation means that over the course of their career, an astronaut can only receive the same levels of radiation as any other nuclear worker. Of course, since radiation does not stay constant in space, monitoring the fluctuating levels can be challenging. Since the end of the Apollo program, researchers have been able to keep close tabs on crew exposures due to the fact that none of our recent crews have traveled outside of the protection of the Earth's magnetosphere.
But what will happen when crews begin to travel on longer missions away from the protection of the Earth? To help answer that question, I spoke with Mary Van Balen at NASA Johnson Space Center.
As NASA's radiation health officer, I use the information that's provided from the dosimeters that the astronauts wear in space to assess their radiation exposure. I would think most people are familiar with a film badge that's used in an x-ray suite when they go to get x-rays done. We use similar passive monitors. We use different materials because the radiation environment in space is different, but it's the same basic idea. The crew member wears this badge or this dosimeter and during the time of their space flight, and when they return to Earth, we process that dosimeter, which gives us an estimate of the astronaut's radiation dose in flight, and then we use that to compare to the radiation limits.
How do you limit the amount of radiation an astronaut's exposed to?
NASA starts off with using scientific evidence to know how much the human body can be exposed to without seeing any clinical damage. So short-term limits or career limits are used. Short-term limits are designed so that the astronaut wouldn't get too much radiation to cause one of the acute radiation syndromes. We also have career limits where we try to limit the astronaut to an increase of 3% of fatal cancer. Radiation exposures have a risk associated with them, and that risk that's most fundamental to NASA is an increase in cancer. And so we try to limit our astronaut crews to no more than 3%. It's kind of an interesting thing because the increased risk of cancer is based on the age at which you first received that exposure. So younger individuals are more susceptible or have an increased risk than older individuals. There's also a gender dependence on that, and so females are considered to be at higher risk for developing cancer. So our limits are set such that we keep the risk consistent across the board of that 3% cancer, but the number itself, or the radiation dose, might be smaller for a younger female.
What challenges will crews face when they leave low Earth orbit?
With the exception of the Apollo astronauts, all crews have remained within low Earth orbit. And in low Earth orbit, the Earth's atmosphere and the magnetosphere is actually protected. And so the magnetic charge on the fields actually prevents some of the particles from getting in. So the composition of the environment will be the same types of particles. However, there will be more outside of low Earth orbit. So missions to the moon will result in much larger radiation exposures. Going to Mars, those mission durations will be quite long. And so not only will you have a higher radiation field, you'll also have a longer duration within that mission. And so you'll result in larger exposures.
One of the major challenges facing us is how to shield astronauts from radiation. Research tells us that some metals are good shields, but weight will be a major consideration. For example, in order to keep within weight limits, only thin skins could be applied to a craft, which will allow too much radiation into living quarters. But adding thick layers of radiation blocking material could make the craft much too heavy. An added concern is, once the atoms inside the metal skin are hit by incoming particles, they would bounce around like billiard balls, causing secondary particle shedding, which could in fact be as dangerous to crews as the original radiation. One solution currently being discussed is the use of hydrogen-rich plastics such as polyethylene, which is the same material found in garbage bags. Hydrogen is a good radiation-blocking element, and some hydrogen-rich plastics can be formed into lightweight, strong shields that are about 10 times stronger than aluminum. This is just one of the innovative designs that are currently being reviewed for use in space.
The whole goal in the long run is to have our astronaut crews be as healthy as possible throughout the entire mission. Not just survive the mission, but be as healthy and thrive during the mission.
Another tool researchers are using to help monitor radiation is something called the phantom torso. This is a simulated human torso that houses real bones and plastic organs that measure the amount of radiation to which an astronaut is exposed while in space. Let's go back out to Tonya, who spoke with Dr. Francis Cucinato, NASA's chief scientist for radiation research.
In most science fiction films, threats to space travelers usually deal with aliens, asteroids, and a host of other menaces. But in reality, one of the biggest threats to space travelers is in fact radiation. That's why it's imperative that NASA researchers focus on finding ways to shield astronauts from exposure. I spoke with Dr. Francis Cucinato at NASA Johnson Space Center to find out more.
Shielding, one of the things you should think about is that you don't have to shield the entire spacecraft, that you can shield just portions of a spacecraft where you could locate astronauts during a solar storm. The solar storms last from 1 to 2 days, but the peak of the radiation is only over about an 8-hour time frame. So you can save a lot of cost in launching mass by locating the astronauts in one place within a spaceship or a habitat on the moon or Mars. And then in that localized region we can have extra shielding, and there we can also use better materials. So the materials like aluminum are a typical spacecraft material. They're very sturdy, easy to use, but they're not the best materials for shielding. So in these localized areas of a spacecraft, we would plan on using a material with a lot of hydrogen in it. So hydrogen turns out to be the best material for stopping ions as they pass through the material.
Can you explain how radiation will affect the astronauts?
One of the things that's important when you look at radiation effects is that it's a game of risks. So like any other risk, like driving your car or taking an airplane flight. So you really have to stop and say, well, is it worth it to take the risk? So when you look at that question, there's two things that come to mind. One is, what am I doing? So you think, well, I'm going to discover life on Mars. So it's obvious that you will take risks. So you'll accept the risk from radiation. But the other part of the coin is, what is the risk? Because now NASA or the families of an astronaut, they want to know what the risk is, and some of the astronauts too want to know what the risk is. On a space shuttle mission, the risks from radiation are very small, so even if we're off in our predictions by a lot, there's really no outcome to that, or bad outcome. When you go to the moon or to Mars, we know that the risk from radiation is going up. So now the point is that the accuracy of our prediction becomes more and more important as the risk is expected to get higher and higher. This is the basic physics and understanding of these processes has been developed along with the knowledge from us understanding space radiation effects.
What are some of the preventative measures you're taking for astronaut safety?
We're looking into ways to prevent radiation effects through countermeasures. And the key to countermeasures is knowledge. So if we look again at this problem of going from genetic damage or tissue damage to late effects like cancer, we believe that the way you can prevent this is understanding the whole problem from top to bottom and then looking for an opportunity to intervene and prevent the cancer from growing. So that this has obvious benefits on Earth. One area we're interested in is that it turns out that the ends of chromosomes, which are called telomeres, if they're lost through a radiation event, the deletion of the telomere, that this is one of the mechanisms that causes cancer. So we're looking now at mechanisms that you could use with the drugs or other biological countermeasure, biochemical methods to prevent the loss of the telomere from radiation. But telomere loss is not only occurring with radiation damage, it's also occurring from cigarette smoking and poor diet. So there's a whole bunch of other areas where protection of telomere damage would be applicable on Earth.
How do you not get frustrated dealing with so many unknowns in your research?
Well, that's the most fun part of the job, is that you're doing something that's unknown, it's new, so it's sort of like discovering, a voyage of discovery, like going into space, that you're trying to look at what's really happening to people when they're exposed to radiation at the very most basic level. You have to really go down to DNA, the physical interactions of radiation with DNA, and how DNA, when it's changed, leads to disease. So these are really basic science questions, and we've come to understanding that that's the only way we really can protect the astronauts, because if you use a method that's empirical, meaning there's a lot of assumptions and things that you really don't know, but you'll just skip over that you can actually make very life-threatening mistakes in the end. So you really need to go to this very basic approach and understand the whole problem from top to bottom.
That's it for this episode of NASA's Destination Tomorrow. Thanks for joining us. I'm Steele McGonigal.
And I'm Kara O'Brien. For all of us here at NASA, we'll see you next time.
animals, have always loved animals, right? And you think you might want to devote your whole career life to working with them? It can be extremely rewarding, that's for sure. Can't it? And then again, there are those days. Hi, I'm Julie Scardina. You know, I didn't set out to be an animal ambassador. In fact, that never even entered my mind. Like most people that work with animals, from the time I can remember, I've always loved them. But believe it or not, what really made me decide I wanted to work with them was books. I loved the Tarzan series, and then I read all I could get my hands on about animal intelligence and communication. And Jane Goodall was one of my heroes. Throughout high school, I supported animal rescue organizations, and after I graduated, I attended Moore Park College in Los Angeles. Moore Park's also known as America's Teaching Zoo, and there I studied exotic animal training and management. And this program gave me a really varied background in animal training, care, handling, wildlife education, veterinary skills, and more. During college, I visited SeaWorld and knew that was where I wanted to work. I applied, was hired, and started out training pinnipeds at Sea Lion and Otter Stadium, and eventually worked with all the different animals throughout the entire park. Ultimately, I became SeaWorld of San Diego's curator of animal training, exposing me to every aspect of animal care in a zoological park setting. So how'd I get from animal curator to animal ambassador? Well, I think it was definitely destiny. One of my roles at SeaWorld had been media spokesperson for the parks. More and more, conservation was becoming a very personal issue for me, and I became extremely passionate about animal habitat and preservation, as well as working with partners that support conservation. When the animal ambassador job was offered, I readily accepted. It gave me the opportunity to combine everything I loved and believed in. That's my story, but there are lots of others. So get ready to hear about some common and not so common jobs working with animals. Who knows? You might discover your own career path by the end of this program. And in the meantime, I'll turn it over to my colleague, Chuck Carreau, who has a pretty unusual job himself.
What do you mean, an unusual job? Doesn't everybody get to do what I get to do? Well, no question, I have a pretty cool job as a beluga whale trainer at SeaWorld. You know, working as an animal trainer is one of the most desired jobs at SeaWorld, and quite honestly, it's one of the toughest to get. Now, the competition is fierce, and once you make that first cut, well, the hands-on portion of the interview, it just gets tougher. Before I talk about the challenges of being a SeaWorld animal trainer, let me just say that it's definitely got its rewards. It's all about caring for animals while giving the general public some fun facts and a good time. So, if you're passionate about animals, here's what you need to do in order to qualify for an interview. You must be 18 years of age and scuba certified. You can't be shy about working in front of large groups of people because education and entertainment are a big part of a trainer's responsibility. A background in psychology or animal science is helpful, and strong swimming skills are absolutely essential. Check it out. You need to swim a 220-foot freestyle, 120 feet underwater, surface dive 24 feet, pick up a 5-pound weight and bring it to the surface, all in 72-degree salt water without a wetsuit. That's right. It's bathing suits only. Now, you might assume that animal trainers have it easy. Well, let's rethink that. It's not 9 to 5, it's not weekdays only, and it's not just about direct animal contact. And like any job, there are days when everything runs like a top, and there are days where nothing goes right. Good and bad, easy and tough, down and dirty. It's all in a day's work as a SeaWorld animal trainer, but the payoff's definitely worth it. Luckily, if you visit any of the Anheuser-Busch adventure parks and participate in one of our interactive programs, we won't put you through quite a rigorous orientation. Well, as much fun as it is working hands-on with animals at the park, it's just as exciting working with animals in the field. Take a look at what I mean. It's August in Canada, the short time of year for the sweet taste of summer. It's also the best time to spot pods of beluga whales during their seasonal visit. 800 miles north of Winnipeg, the town of Churchill lies beside the Hudson Bay. Beluga whales are plentiful this time of year on their annual migration. They come to the mouth of the Churchill River where the waters are warmer, the fish plentiful, and to raise their calves. It's a perfect opportunity to observe natural behaviors and patterns, at least for the time being. Unfortunately, very little is known about where the beluga whales go or what they do after they leave Churchill. Belugas are curious by nature, and you can see that they like to have fun with the camera as well as the boats. This lack of fear made them an easy target when hunting was allowed until the 1960s. Known as sea canaries, belugas are very vocal, and their audible sounds can be monitored and analyzed as a way of learning more about their communication patterns. There is still much to be learned about beluga whales, but researching their behaviors in their home waters allows us to take this information and incorporate it into our park habitats. When it comes to animals, nothing tops a hands-on interaction. One of our most popular activities at SeaWorld San Antonio is participating in a BIP, Beluga Interaction Program. Guests sign up for a BIP in advance, then attend a brief orientation and classroom training program on site where they learn what to expect when they get in the water with the whales.
To touch them, to have them respond to me, to look in the eye that closely was something that was real special.
It's the only place in the world you can do this.
See what I mean? When it comes to animals, nothing tops a hands-on interaction.
You know, even the smaller animals we use in our education programs receive expert care. Park personnel we refer to as our animal string have to know how to care for snakes, baby alligators, turtles, shark hatchlings, rabbits, hedgehogs, and tarantulas. The animal string has to know about a whole range of creatures. It's an amazing thing.
Animal training sure is an exciting job to have, but what about the obvious animal career? Veterinary medicine. What do you say we take a look at veterinarians in a not-so-obvious way?
Proceed with the operation. Roger. 30 seconds.
What words come to mind when you imagine what it must be like to be a veterinarian in a zoological park? Variety might be one word. Diversity might be another. Or how about multitasking? One thing is certain. To be an effective vet in a zoological park, you gotta have a pretty broad knowledge base. You just never know when you might need to draw blood from a dolphin, help birth a rhinoceros, or fix a cracked shell on a sea turtle. I recently tagged along with SeaWorld veterinarian Dr. Walsh. He completely understands this required diversity.
Well, being a veterinarian at SeaWorld is a lot of work, but we're exposed to animals anywhere from a 10-gram bird or a baby sea turtle to a 10,000-pound killer whale. In fact, lately we've been working on a 300-pound female alligator that has a foot infection.
Well, were you able to actually clear up the infection?
I think so.
Dr. Walsh has to function not only as an alligator surgeon, but also as a bird doctor, a whale vet, and a sea lion dentist.
We get a look at the gums, the teeth, the tongue, everything in there to make sure it's okay.
What's one of the most satisfying parts of being a vet? Busch Gardens' Dr. Burton shares his #1 pick.
I think probably the most gratifying part of the job is when we see births of new animals. And very seldom do we actually get to observe the birth. Usually we come in the morning and we find a new baby. Since I've been here at Busch Gardens, I've actually had the opportunity to watch a couple of giraffe births, and that's very gratifying, very special experience.
Knowledge comes in many forms, and for some vets, just knowing about animals isn't enough. Heidi Stout, Oil Spills Program Director at Tri-State Bird Rescue and Research, knows that sometimes situations require more than animal knowledge. She was called upon to head a team of veterinarians and bird specialists from around the world in response to an oil spill off the coast of Cape Town, South Africa. This spill, which occurred in May of 2000, threatened an entire population of African penguins. Heidi's varied expertise helped her to react soundly in this emergency situation.
To respond to oil spills and to respond to oiled animals or oiled wildlife, you need your basic veterinary skills, but you also need the ability to do a lot of problem solving. Many times when you go in and do a spill response, you're creating a whole hospital out of something that wasn't meant to be a hospital for animals. So you have to work together on a team to build the facilities that you need at the time of the response.
Reacting in a crisis situation is second nature to SeaWorld aviculturist Lauren Dubois. Lauren also responded to the South African oil spill when the worldwide call for help went out. The knowledge she gained overseas helped tremendously upon her return, where she helped launch the opening of the Oiled Wildlife Care Center located at SeaWorld San Diego.
Our new Oiled Wildlife Care Center was opened just this past July. It was decided with SeaWorld and also with different organizations that there was an area in San Diego and Southern California that needed to have a facility available that if there was an oil spill, we would be able to care for a number of birds as well as mammals.
This 8,000 square foot state-of-the-art complex provides ample recovery space for a maximum of 200 seabirds and includes a 32,000-gallon multi-use rehab pool, which can accommodate up to 20 sea otters or pinnipeds.
The Oiled Wildlife Care Center is set up to do everything for an animal during an oil spill, and that includes the intake procedures, evaluating the animal, washing the animal, whether it's a mammal or a bird, and also care for the animals and support before the animal would be able to be released.
If knowledge and diversity keep the mind and body active, then these specialists are running in overdrive. One thing's for sure, there's never a dull moment.
Maybe your science interest is combined with creativity. Well, I've got the job for you. Science writers research, write, and edit exhibit information, publications, curriculum material, program brochures, website content, you name it. Imagine, it's an amazing thing.
We've looked at many animal-related jobs inside aquariums and zoological parks like SeaWorld and Busch Gardens. And it all looks like a lot of fun, and believe me, it really is. But did you know that these jobs play an important role in better understanding animals and their natural habitats? And the more we understand about animals and their surroundings, the more we can do to help protect and preserve them in their environments. Let's see how in-park work translates to out-of-park conservation. Busch Gardens Tampa conservation specialist Tina Goody recently spent a year in the African Congo studying western lowland gorillas in partnership with the Wildlife Conservation Society. She discusses the importance of research in the field.
Field studies not only inspire people to learn more about their environment, but also it gives us a unique look at these animals that we see possibly in a zoo every day, and gives us a better idea of what we can do to give their homes at a zoo a more touch of reality, I guess, so they're happier.
Field research is a two-way street. It not only supplies valuable information to bring back to a zoological park, but researchers can offer insight into animal conservation to indigenous communities.
We've got a Clubby Bobo, which is working with the local kids, just teaching them to get more familiar with the animals in their own backyard so that they have a respect for them that they may not have had before.
Working in the field isn't all glory. It takes a lot of guts, too.
I miss people, my family and friends a lot, and also food. A lot of different types of food that aren't available in a national park in the middle of the Congo.
No doubt, gathering information from the field is extremely important. But in order to maximize the value, spreading the message is crucial.
If you have a desire, you can do it. It takes one person to make a difference. So if you want to do something in life, you go for it.
Whether it's gorillas, birds, or reptiles, one thing is certain. There's no shortage of passion for the people who work with animals. SeaWorld San Antonio's senior aviculturist Rob Yorty assisted in the coordination of a recent trip to Ecuador and the Galapagos Islands to help fuel research on a variety of animals. To date, this is the highlight of Rob's career.
Ever since I was a little child, I really wanted to go to the Galapagos Islands and see tortoises and penguins and marine iguanas. And by getting a chance to actually make an impact and do some research and try to help out the animals down there and the researchers and try to bring that kind of information back to the people in the United States has probably been the most exciting thing for me overall.
Rob feels that the blending of fieldwork and in-park activities is an extremely valuable combination.
One of the real important things that I've been able to do and I've been able to share with a lot of my coworkers is taking the information from the field we get and bringing it back to SeaWorld San Antonio, but also taking our knowledge that we have learned here and taking it down to other areas like the project I do in Ecuador and the Galapagos Islands.
Hands-on interaction in the field and in-park experience mutually benefits staff, partners, and best of all, animals. It's a win-win-win combination.
So many mouths to feed. Food preparation is a vital part of caring for animals in a zoological park or aquarium. Every single day, 7,000 pounds of food are prepared for over 65,000 animal residents at SeaWorld and Busch Gardens, the largest zoological collection in the world. It takes tons of fish, meat, and vegetables to keep everybody healthy and happy. It's an amazing thing.
Start with the love of animals, add to that traveling around the globe, and add to that your own television show, and what do you get? Jack Hanna. Jack Hanna's Animal Adventures is one of the most popular long-running animal shows on television, and it's broadcast in 65 countries worldwide. But you know, you just don't become a TV personality overnight. Jack put years of effort into a variety of jobs at zoological parks, eventually working his way to director of the Columbus Zoo. We caught up with him at his base camp at Busch Gardens to find out what it took for him to get the experience, expertise, and knowledge that brought him to the point he's at today. Who knows? Maybe he has some tips on how you can become the next Jack Hanna.
Hi everyone, I'm Jack Hanna, here at my base camp, Busch Gardens, Tampa Bay.
For years, every week, people all around the world have heard this greeting from Jack Hanna. From our living rooms alongside Jack, we have traveled to the Arctic Circle, Africa, Australia, Israel,
Jack of Arabia,
and everywhere in between. With a passion for animals, an unquenchable thirst for adventure, and a heart as big as his home state of Tennessee.
You take care, all right? And you're gonna survive. Here? All right.
Jack Hanna has made us misty-eyed with bittersweet tears and laughter. Jack successfully made the transition into television and is a master at knowing how to use the medium to reach many people.
I'm Jack Hanna. I never really tried to get into television. It just came almost as an accident. In 1978, 79, I did a lot of local cable TV in Columbus, Ohio. In 1981, 82, we did a show called Hannah's Ark with my daughter. In 1983, we had twin gorillas born at the Columbus Zoo, and Good Morning America came there on ABC and wanted to cover their birth, which was one of the first in the world. And then they came back the next month to look at the gorillas, and from then on, I've been doing Good Morning America ever since for the last 18, 20 years. In 1985, David Letterman started as a result of Good Morning America, so we've always done that show about once every 3 months. And so it's just one of those things that we try and reach different audiences in different ways to teach them about the animal world through the medium of television.
Reaching people is a definite advantage of television. Being famous also has its benefits. But did you ever wonder if there's a downside to being Jack Hanna?
Oh, man.
Well, as far as television, the toughest thing would be traveling. We're on the road about 290 days a year. You're not with your family a lot, especially a lot of the guys that work on the show, the camera guys, sound, people, producers, are on the road a great deal. That's difficult for all of us. Time zones, for example, the sleeping patterns. You're 8 hours off a lot of times, 12 hours off sometimes. Eating certain foods is very difficult for a lot of us, depending on where we are. These all make for a difficult time. The thing about a difficult situation is you try and make a fun situation out of it.
Jack has a great philosophy on making fun out of difficult times, but he's got an equally good philosophy on fear.
I don't think I've ever been really afraid of an animal. You know, when you're working with rattlesnakes and things like that, you're very, very careful. You respect that animal. And if you don't respect the animal, then it's going to end up in you getting hurt.
So if you want to be the next Jack Hanna, you have to know how to have fun in tough times, look your fears in the face, show the animals respect, and lastly, value other people working together with similar goals.
All of us have our own way of teaching about animals. So my advice to the next Jack Hanna is work with everybody and try and teach in a fun and entertaining way where people can learn and learn quickly, because we don't have that much time to save a lot of these animals.
Jack Hanna has a great career in front of the camera working with animals. But did you ever wonder who's behind the camera? The Nickerson brothers, Guy and Glenn, have a pretty cool animal-related job as cameramen for Jack's show. Oh, and Larry Elliston has traveled the world as Jack's producer. Come on, let's see what happens when we go behind the scenes. Come on.
Guy and Glenn Nickerson share more than one common interest. They both love photography and animals. These interests date back to junior high, as younger brother Glenn explains.
When he was in news and I was still in middle school, of course you always want to hang out with your big brother. And I used to go in. It was a big deal for me to go into the newsroom where he worked and get to push buttons and stuff like that and look at the stories he did. So I mean, that's, you know, he definitely got me into it.
Guy, on the other hand, got his big break through a high school class.
I think I first had my interest in photography in high school, doing still photos in one of my classes. And from there, I actually got an opportunity from journalism class to get a job at a TV station. And just watching what people did, it looked like it'd be a fun thing to do.
Working at a TV station is challenging in itself, but photographing animals had to create a completely different set of rules.
I had spent quite a few years shooting at Busch Gardens, and animals are animals. You know, whether they're in a facility like Busch Gardens or in the wild, you have to be patient with them. You have to learn to wait for behaviors. I mean, there are all kinds of things that, from working at Busch Gardens and filming for them, that I was able to take in the field.
Producer Larry Elliston's enthusiasm continues to shine through.
To work on a national program, I think one of the most important things is that you have a lot more people that you are telling stories to. It was a wonderful day when I started working on this program.
Both brothers and Larry find their work endlessly fascinating, and having traveled the entire world, each hold their own special memories and fears.
We had a good time filming gorillas in Uganda one time, and we actually got charged by a gorilla. That was pretty exciting. We were out in the salt pans in the Kalahari Desert. It was just flat. We got to ride around on four-wheelers to go to locations to do shoots, which was fun. I think anybody would have fun doing that.
Hands down, my most exciting experience in connection with the show was being in a shark cage, tip of South Africa, out on a part of the ocean called Shark Alley. And the shark got caught up a little bit in the lines for a few seconds, and it almost felt like the cage started moving underneath the boat, that he was pulling it with him, but he threw me back.
So if you want to work behind the scenes, take this advice.
Make sure you enjoy actually pointing the camera at something and making a picture, and that you're happy doing that alone, and then see where it takes you. Also mentor, meet somebody and learn from them. Don't be a know-it-all. Go in there and be willing to listen to people and learn.
You know, media-related jobs aren't necessarily in television. In-park video production is a unique and valuable resource for public awareness, education, and news. We asked Hal Parham, Video Services Manager at SeaWorld in San Diego, to tell us a little bit more about his job working with animals.
To work in video services in a zoological park like SeaWorld, you have to manage several aspects of production. Hal explains.
We have our normal day-to-day routine that we have planned out, weeks in advance, but we do a lot of live shots to out-of-town television stations. Plus, on the technical side, you got to be able to do editing, be able to edit your own video. We do some videos that are shown in the park that are on displays and that are shown during the Shamu show. We also do in-house videos for marketing departments and education departments and so forth. So a lot of it is external, but there is a great deal of it internally.
Not only is variety a part of the job, but readiness to act on the spot is also a prerequisite.
We always have to keep in the back of our mind that we might be running off to a rescue at any moment. So we're always kind of prepared for that call, but you got to be ready just to pretty much grab everything and rush off to wherever the rescue is.
Hal gives some advice on getting into the field.
My advice would be obviously go to school, go to college, and try to get into internships with other TV stations and production companies. That would pretty much give you some really good experience in that whole thing.
Shamu Stadium here at SeaWorld in San Diego holds 6.7 million gallons of water. You'd have to take 268,000 baths in order to equal that amount of water. It's an amazing thing.
There's some pretty interesting and amazing jobs working with animals, and we've previewed several of them. What, you still haven't found what you're looking for? Well, check this out. So, if you love animals and you decide you want to devote your career to them, there's plenty of jobs to choose from. Working with animals can be extremely rewarding, from the closeness and trust you build in training or the joy you receive from caring for them, to the satisfaction you get knowing that you're helping save a species and raise awareness. On behalf of Anheuser-Busch, I'm Chuck Carreau, wishing you a future filled with fun and animals.
You can get a taste of what it's like right now by attending Adventure Camp at SeaWorld or Busch Gardens. To find out more about Adventure Camp or careers working with animals, log on to our website at www.seaworld.org. And thanks for joining us, and best of luck in your own career choice.
Welcome to the May 13th, 2024 LaVergne Library Board meeting. We have a quorum, so I am officially calling this meeting to order. First order of business is to approve the minutes for March 11th of 2024. I'll entertain a motion to approve those minutes.
So moved.
All right. Do I have a second?
Seconded.
All right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Minutes are approved. All right, moving down our agenda, order of business tonight. First thing is to welcome our new library board member, Renee Cruz.
Welcome.
Welcome aboard, Renee. We are happy to have you with us.
Thank you. Glad to be here.
All right, so our library board bylaws, we've been working on these for a while, so I will turn that over to Miss Donna.
All right, thank you. Katie has done a magnificent job of getting our library board minutes up to date, and with the help of you all and your suggestions, we feel that we are at the final draft. As in my email to you all, we're going to wait until July meeting to approve them. Mayor Cole would like to look over them really well, which I totally agree, and that would be a good time to approve them. That's the beginning of our fiscal year. If you have not had an opportunity to read them, which I know your packet came late today, you are welcome to look over. And Katie, is there anything in particular that you would like to bring to our attention?
No, the changes should be as we discussed at the last meeting, but to the extent that you see something that we talked about that I didn't incorporate, send me an email, let me know after the meeting, and I'll be sure to address that in what is hopefully ready for your consideration and approval at the June meeting.
It's using very modernized words and very much like what our library is doing now. Because of course the other one was fairly outdated in 87 and 88, 1987 and 88 it was. So we feel really excited. If you will look at the mission statement, this is something that has changed. And from that mission statement, I would like for us to move on. This will be something we'll be working on the next year, to visions of that mission statement. So we would have our mission statement, which is to empower community engagement through lifelong learning. And then our vision will be, how are we going to accomplish that? And then we keep going down to the different statements. So I think we have a lot of great, thank you. A lot of opportunity here in order to grow this mission statement to our vision. Are there any other questions about the LaVergne Public Library bylaws?
If we review it between meetings, should we email you if we have any observations?
Yes, please. Email me, and then I will send them on to Katie, and we will go from there. And we welcome any observations that you have.
When I was reading through them earlier, I just want to say that I am super excited about the mission statement, because lifelong learning is something that we should all strive for. So
absolutely,
that benefits every member of our community, and so just excited about that and seeing how the vision's going to come together and all the amazing things that you do.
Very good.
Anyone have any questions or anything for Ms. Donna on the new board bylaws? All right, so school outreach events. Ms. Donna, would you like to talk to us about the school outreach?
I would be happy to. Sherry Pendergrass, one of our young ladies that work over in the children's department, was able to go to Roy Waldron Family Night on Tuesday, May 7th, and was scheduled to go to Cedar Grove Book Fair Night, but unfortunately that was the day of the storms and the schools closed, and so she was unable to go. At Roy Waldron Family Night, there were 328 on attendance. She took our big schedule and laid out for everyone to see. This is something that we're going to be giving out at the library. And then she also handed out one of our smaller kickoffs. Now, to go along with the kickoff, if we'll go on down to upcoming events, we're going to distribute the summer reading kickoff flyers on Thursday, May the 16th, to the following schools. We're going to go to Cedar Grove Elementary, LaVergne Lake Elementary, LaVergne Lake Middle School, Rock Springs Elementary, Rock Springs Middle School, Roy Waldron Elementary, Roy Waldron Annex. At one point, I was thinking John Coleman was a school. Does anyone remember?
I said where my kids go is David Urey.
David Urey.
We've got a lot of LaVergne kids at David
And
Urey.
we do have a lot of LaVergne kids? All right, I am adding that to my list. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Now, John Coleman, isn't that one of the schools they're going to be sending when they do the rezoning?
Yes, when they rezone, there'll be some LaVergne kids there.
So
And
we definitely want to include them.
There are a lot of Smyrna kids that come to LaVergne for things. Because both my boys play baseball, and we have a lot of Antioch kids and a lot of Smyrna kids that come here for activities. So.
Okay, so John Coleman would be a good one to go by?
Yeah.
And what about Stewart Creek?
Now, I do know that the other side of the interstate, of course, they go to Stewart's Creek High School, so that would get the younger kids into the public library.
Rock
that would
Springs, Stewart's Creek, and I think Rocky Fork all have LaVergne kids in them also.
Okay,
That's great. Because it's the other side of 24. It's still LaVergne, but we're in Smyrna schools. So
absolutely, that's great. Yeah. Well, I had 10,000 flyers made. They are just like this, but they're glossy, and they pre-cut them for us for 4 cents a piece, and we were so excited about that.
Money well spent to have this pre-cut.
And what I'm going to do is make equal stacks for each school, and then we will take those around on Thursday the 16th. Because the last day of school is that May the 22nd?
Yes.
Okay. So do you feel Thursday the 16th will be soon enough and not too soon?
I think so.
I think it'd be fine. I know a lot of our teachers send things home on Fridays. So if you have them there Thursday,
if we get there Thursday, they could get them home Friday. Perfect. Okay. Any questions about the kickoff? We just gave the information that the big kickoff will be June the 1st from 9:30 to 12:30. We're going to have a magician, mermaids, bounce houses, games, and many more surprises. We'll also have snacks. And basically that our program is June 1st through the 27th of July. And it's programs and reading challenges from all ages, from birth all the way to 99 plus. So we wanted to make sure that we got the word out there. I did get this flyer approved through Rutherford County Schools. So I have the letter that I will be taking also with the flyers so that they'll know that it is legitimate. And so we're real excited about that. Any questions about the kickoff or the distribution?
I just think it looks amazing. As always, you and your staff have outdone yourselves. These are just, a calendar chock full of amazing things to promote reading. So
we have a very creative staff, and as Carol was putting the big schedule together, I was thinking, oh my goodness, we are going to be exhausted, but it is going to be the best exhaustion ever. And the good thing about it, we're spreading it across all the staff. Everyone is taking part. Everyone is being a part of it. We are actually going to be all hands on deck on June the 1st, so all staff will be on there. Be at the library on Saturday, and we're excited about that. So going on into our calendar, you can see that its adventure begins at your library. Summer reading program. This is the Tennessee State theme going across the state of Tennessee. Just note that the library will be closed June 19th for Juneteenth, and we will also be closed on July 4th. But going in, we decided the best way to do it is chronologically, and we have the date on one side, the description of what's going on, and the time. And in the description, we try to put the ages. If there's not an age, it's family. And of course, families are welcome to come to any of our programs. A few that I would like to point out that's a little bit different. Let's see, Wednesday, June the 5th, we are having the International Folk Dancing Group. International Folk Fest Dance takes place every year. Steve Cates kind of leads that, and he called me to see if we would be interested in hosting one of the groups. We are able to host Mexico. So there's going to be 27 of them coming, and we're going to do this in the gallery where the dancers could be in the big area and we can all sit around. We can have children on the floor, adults all around. We would love to fill the library with people. All that we have to do is provide $150, which is little for entertainment, and that's for their travel, and then to provide them a Southern cooked meal. So I'm going to be going to Cracker Barrel. That was suggested, to get Cracker Barrel lunch for all of them. So after they dance in the gallery, we'll be going to the meeting room, and we'll have the meeting room set up like a really fun diner for them where they can go through the buffet line and get the food that they would like. And then they'll be moving on. Murfreesboro also is getting a group, and the Veterans Home in Murfreesboro is also having a group, and Boys and Girls Clubs are from different places. I think there's England, I want to say Poland. We received Mexico. So it's going to be a really good cultural event, and we want to really push that.
That's cool. That's good.
Also, every Friday from 10 to 11, we're going to have tween, which is ages 10 to 12, coding. Now, if there's someone a little bit older that would like to come and do the coding, they're welcome to. We're going to be using the website, and Daddy, forgive me, I want to say 1 hour coding in an hour. It is a self-coding game. We load it up on the computer, and then they go from there, and they learn how to put the parts together, and they code, and it actually comes out to be a game. It's a really neat program. I know I got the title wrong, and I will send that to you all. It has hour in there, and it has coding in there. That I know. And it looks like so much fun, because when he first said, I want to do tween coding, I thought, okay, knock yourself out. But then when I saw it, it's so much fun. It's the type of coding that I would love to do. And younger people. So that's every Friday for an hour. That's a first come, first serve. If we fill up the 6 computers that we're going to have reserved, we have a computer lab with 7 computers. We'll pull on over to there. We're not going to limit it just to 6 people. And of course in there you will see that we have Dungeons and Dragons. We're going to have a family STEAM night each week. They're going to build a birdhouse, all sorts of great things. Another thing that I want to pull to your attention is Saturday, June 15th. We're going to have a performance by the Woodwind Quartet from the Tennessee Philharmonic Orchestra. And they will be in our Storytime room at 10 o'clock. They will go from 10 to 10:30. They'll be playing different tunes. They have a leader who's going to talk about the music. And then we will go from the Storytime room to the meeting room at 10:30, and we'll have a musical instrument petting zoo. And this is where the children and their families can actually pick up an instrument and play it. Mostly percussion. We don't want any woodwinds going on. But it's always so much fun. They'll do guitars, there's usually a ukulele, drums of all sorts. So that's always a fun time. Another program I want to draw your attention to, this is brand new. This is being taught by one of our staff members, Kayla. Kayla is 20 years old. And Kayla will be doing the Lego Fun each Monday night, or every other Monday night. And then every other Monday night, she is doing a Just Draw, Learn to Draw with Kayla. It's a sketching class. So excited about that. She is thrilled. She's never taught a class before, and she is really building up confidence. We all have her back. We told her she's got this. And I've never seen someone so excited to get new pencils and paper. And so it's going to be a great thing. This is what I love, to see in our younger ones doing these programmings. And then our Miss Mary, who has been with us forever and ever, who teaches strings and things. So a little bit for everyone. Do you see any programs that you'd like for me to talk about a little bit?
I do have a question.
Sure.
What is entomology? Bob Tarter, entomology.
Entomology. Okay, that is Bob Tarter, and he used to be NCHCM, National something of something something, but he turned it to entomology. He brings out wildlife that has been rescued, and he shows the children all about them and tells them about the different animals. He has a very big snake, big snake, and he'll bring out like a raccoon, koala bear. He's brought kangaroos before, all sorts of interesting animals, iguanas. So yes, Bob Tarter is coming, and it's always a great learning experience when he's there.
Okay.
And I'll find out what the NCHM something is. Creekside Saturday, June the 19th. That's a Saturday. We are partnering with Stormwater. Alexandra from Stormwater will be coming out. She'll be getting down into our creek, which also has snakes in it, and she'll be catching different little animals and different things inside the creek. And as the students are setting up on the creek side on blankets far away from the water, as I'm going like this, she will tell them all about it. And then she'll also talk about why stormwater is so important. What can go into stormwater, what shouldn't go into stormwater, how to keep our creeks clean, and therefore by keeping our creeks clean, how to keep our rivers clean. So it's always a really fun learning experience. And then we tell the children, be sure and bring water clothes. Wear your water clothes because we're not getting in the creek, but we are going to do a human car wash, where Parks and Recreation has built with PVC pipes this wonderful car wash, and we have sponges hanging down. We've run hose pipes through it. Water squirts down. They go through the sponges, and they just have the best time. Oh. Best time ever. So that's a fun, fun event. Anything else?
I'm just impressed with all the amazing activities that are listed.
Yeah. And then if you see on the back, we also have the rest of July.
So the community needs to come get some of these so they can see all the amazing
We
things.
are printing them out as you speak. We are going to start handing them out soon. They're going to go into every child's bag that comes to pick up a summer reading bag, so that they can read for fun and also read to earn prizes. Teens and tweens have some fabulous prizes this year. The adult prizes are going to knock you on your socks. They have done really well with the prizes. I'm not going to give it away, but they did well choosing those. And if you look, we have teen events, babies events. Every Thursday morning, we still have books and babies, and Sherry does a magnificent job with those books and babies. They'll sit in their parents' lap, or they'll crawl all over and just have the best time. And they're listening. They're listening and learning as they're crawling and doing. At the very end, Friday, July 26th, all the listeners and readers are invited to a skate party for those who have completed their goal, which is 6 hours of reading, which is not bad for a whole summer. For every 10 minutes, they get to color a block. For every hour, they get a prize. When they hit 6 hours, they get to write their name on the poster. So many of our students and our patrons have hit 6 hours that first week. So they'll get to put their name on the poster, keep on reading, keep on getting more and more prizes, and they'll go to the skate party, which is funded by the library. The Smyrna Skate Center hosts us. We get to all the students, I keep saying students, our patrons, our readers, and our listeners. They get a pair of skates, they get to skate for free, and we get to bring in cookies, and then the skate center provides a drink for them. So it's a fun time, and that goes from 10 to 12, so 2 hours of skating. And teens and tweens are going to have a party this year, but they want it to be different. They're having theirs on Saturday, August the 3rd. So, but that's a good thing. Teens are a little different sometimes, aren't they? Yes. But different in a good way. Okay, any more questions about that after I've talked your head off? Was that funny?
This looks awesome.
Yes, it is. It really very impressive.
Mm-hmm. Good. And kudos to Carol for getting this all put together. She had an Excel spreadsheet, and she would come into my office every day. Now look over this and tell me, what do you think about this? I'm going, just keep doing what you're doing. And then we were very excited. HR has a new HR assistant. She came over to spend a couple of hours with us just to get to know us. Little did she know she speaks Spanish and writes Spanish. She translated our entire schedule for us to Spanish.
That's awesome.
So we have it available in Spanish and English.
That's awesome.
That is awesome.
Yes.
So very excited about that.
That's great.
Okay.
All right, so next up on the schedule is our library board schedule for the remainder of 2024. So we have our next meetings coming up on July 8th of 2024, September 9th, and November 4th. So our next board meeting will be Monday, July 8th at 5 p.m. Do any of our board members have any comments they would like to make?
I just wanted to echo what so many of us were sitting here saying. Fantastic work, you and your staff. I'm just blown away. I mean, there's some of these things where, they're during the daytime, and some of us, work other places during the day, and I wish I could come, but this is fantastic.
Thank you.
Really good work.
We would like to do more at night, but unfortunately, we're kind of limited there. But we try to have at least an age group a night. So our teens do some things at night, our 5 to 12-year-olds do, and then we have a couple of things on Saturday. But we would love to do more nighttime events so we can get the parents that work.
Your kickoff is going to be amazing looking at it, because I've seen Bruce Amato many times, and he is an amazing magician.
He is. He's a great guy, too. He called the other day, and he said, "Am I still on?" And I said, "Well, what do you think?" So we're glad that he was able to do our kickoff. A lot of times we can't get him on our kickoff.
Well, I'm just going to echo, I love the theme, Adventure Begins at Your Library, because it sure does. The LaVergne Public Library is an adventure every day of the week, year-round. So amazing job with your staff.
Thank you.
You guys run a stellar program. That community, if you are not coming to the library, make sure you stop by and visit. It's an amazing place.
And I will pass that on to our staff about you all saying how amazing and creative, because they are. Not one person, not two person, not three people could do this. It takes us all, and they step up and step out, do a great job.
All right, any more comments?
So I grew up here in LaVergne, and I grew up going to summers to library events, and I think it's great that it looks even better than when I was a kid. So, great work. It looks amazing.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you. We're very happy to have you on board. Look forward to seeing you at our events.
Of course, I'm excited to be able to go back again.
Anything else? All right, I will officially call this meeting adjourned. Thank you.
Lisa Leslie, pro basketball player for the Los Angeles Sparks. Some of you might think that you don't need to learn math and science to play sports. Well, you're wrong. Getting a good education has not only improved my academic skills, but it also improved my athletic skills. While playing pro basketball, I earned my graduate degree in business. I challenge you to be the best student possible. And to get you started, sit back and enjoy this next episode of the NASA Sci-Files as the Treehouse Detectives help you to learn more about math, science, and technology.
Don't forget to look for the answers to the following questions. What is energy? What are the 4 major systems of Earth? What happens if the Earth's energy budget is not balanced? When you see this icon, the answer is near.
Anybody want a smoothie?
What's in it?
Old family recipe. Vanilla yogurt, bananas, and celery.
Celery? Hey, the game.
Don't worry, I'll beat him, just like last time.
You wish. By the way, why aren't we at the treehouse?
Bianca's parents said the electric bill was too high for the treehouse, and we needed to cut down on our energy use. So we're using Justin's parents' energy instead.
Hey, don't say that too loud.
You're letting him win.
Don't worry, I'm way ahead of you.
I wouldn't get too excited. I'm about to score another 10,000 points.
Not if I can stop you.
We're catching up.
Oh, man. I was about to win.
Don't be too sure.
What happened?
I'll go get a flashlight.
I'll check the internet. Oops, no internet.
Well, at least the blender won't work now. You should see the stuff RJ's putting in those smoothies. Ugh.
We have battery-powered radios for situations just like this.
Extremely high electricity demand in the south side of the city caused transmission lines to overload today, leading to a blackout. A power company spokesperson said, crews are working to get your electricity back as soon as possible.
It seems that there's a greater demand for electricity than the power company can supply.
I remember that electricity can be made from several sources, such as moving water or burning coal.
I'm not sure if they make electricity out of gasoline, but I sure have noticed a big rise in gas prices. Maybe by the time we get our licenses, there will be cars that run on something other than gas.
Like the car we saw at Chrysler. It was the hydrogen fuel cell car.
That doesn't help with our treehouse problem, unless they make hydrogen fuel cells for computers and lights. What if we could find another energy source besides electricity? Maybe we could make the treehouse more energy efficient.
Well, I don't know a lot about energy, so where do we start?
Where we always start, the problem board.
So what do we know?
Well, we know that we're having a blackout because the people need more electricity than the system can produce.
We've got a similar problem at the treehouse. We need more electricity than we can afford.
And we know that electricity is a form of energy.
Right. So what do we need to know?
Well, we need to find a way to get back in the treehouse.
And we need to learn more about energy. So where do we go?
Dr. D could probably help us get started. I'll go see him tomorrow morning.
I'll go with you.
Oh, I've got a joke for Dr. D, okay? So how did Benjamin Franklin feel when he discovered electricity?
Well?
Shocked. Did you... Oh, come on, you guys.
Hi, Dr. D. What are you doing?
I'm experimenting with potential and kinetic energy.
This looks like too much fun to be an experiment, Dr. D.
Seriously, Dr. D. We're having a little energy crisis at the treehouse. We need to learn more about energy. Can you help us?
Of course. First, we have to learn about work.
You mean like raking the leaves or doing the dishes?
Well, in a way. When scientists talk about work, they mean a force acting through a distance.
So if I push on something and it doesn't move, I haven't done any work?
Very insightful. Let's look at some examples of work. Lift this object for me.
Wow, this is really heavy. I have to apply a lot of force to lift it. Now that's work.
Exactly. The more force you apply, or the more you move the object, the more work you've done.
If I push this weight across the table, does it still work?
Did you apply force?
Yes, I can feel it pressing against my hand.
And your force moved the object, so you did work.
But what does all of this have to do with energy?
Energy is the ability to do work. If something has energy, it can push or pull an object through a distance.
To do work, an object must have energy?
That's right.
So if I hold up this heavy weight, it must have energy. Because if I drop it, it can drive a nail into a block of wood or crush a can.
Very good. We call that kind of energy potential energy. I'm going to wind up this toy, and you try it with these. Are we doing work?
Yes, I have to really push the key around. Does it still count as work if it's moving in a circle?
Yes, it does. You have to do work to give the toy energy. Once it's wound up, it has potential energy.
Why is it called potential?
That's because it's stored energy.
I know. It can't do any work right now, but once we let go, it can do work.
Let them go.
It's just like the heavy weight. Until you let it go, it can't do any work.
Now you're catching on. I have another experiment to show you. This is a balls and ramps experiment. The ball at the top has potential energy. When I let go, gravity does work on the ball and speeds it up, giving it kinetic energy or energy of motion. Can a ball with kinetic energy do work?
That's the easy one, Dr. D. A bowling ball knocks over the pins. That's work.
Wait a minute, Dr. D. This sounds like one of those cycles you're always talking about.
What do you mean?
Well, it takes work to give something energy, and once it has energy, it can do work.
Right. So, where did the ball at the top of the track get its energy?
You put it there.
Oh, and the wind-up toy got its energy because we did work to wind up the toy.
Very good. Energy doesn't just appear out of nowhere. In the case of the ball and the toy, I was the source of the energy.
And we learned in the case of the physical fitness challenge that your source of energy is the food you eat.
And food has potential energy. Energy is stored in food until it is eaten. So where does the food get its energy?
The sun gives it the energy to grow.
The sun certainly affects everything on the Earth. You might find it interesting to see how the sun affects the Earth's systems. David Adamek at NASA Goddard Space Flight Center can help you.
Thanks, Dr. D. Do you mind if I use your computer to download a Get Up and Go sheet?
Sure.
To get a Get Up and Go sheet of your own, visit the NASA Sci-Files website.
Go ahead and lock up when you leave. I'm going to a conference in Denver, Colorado. I need to get ready.
Bianca and her family left today for Colorado to go skiing.
Maybe you'll bump into her on the slopes.
Well, I'm not going skiing this time. I'll keep my eye out for Bianca. You never know where you'll run into a treehouse detective. Goodbye.
See ya.
Have a nice trip.
Dr. David Adamek, a NASA researcher, agreed to meet with me here at NASA Goddard Space Flight Center in Greenbelt, Maryland. I'm excited to learn more about our Earth and its systems.
A system is a group or a collection of items that act together to function as a whole. The Earth itself is a system made up of other systems.
How many systems does the Earth have?
NASA divides its study of the Earth into 4 major systems: the lithosphere, the atmosphere, the hydrosphere, and the biosphere.
I know the atmosphere is a mixture of gases that surround the Earth, and also includes weather and climate. But what's the lithosphere?
Well, litho comes from the Greek word lithos, which means rock. So the lithosphere contains the solid outer layer of the Earth called the crust, and the layer of rock immediately below the crust called the mantle.
Remember that bio means life. So is the biosphere the parts of the Earth that are inhabited by living things?
Very good. And the hydrosphere is a system associated with water, either liquid or frozen. It consists of the oceans, lakes, rivers, snow, and even the ice caps at the poles.
Do the Earth's systems work together?
Yes, they do. And NASA is particularly interested in the way these systems exchange energy.
We learned that most energy on Earth comes from the sun. How do these systems exchange energy?
To better understand this, let's look at one of my favorite examples of an interaction between the lithosphere and the biosphere. Well, the interaction occurs because of an exchange of energy. Near the polar regions, there is land called tundra that is frozen solid during the winter. When the tundra is frozen, it is lighter in color and reflects sunlight, reflecting a lot of energy back into space. In the spring, the tundra begins to melt and tiny plants appear.
The plants are darker than the frozen surface, so more sunlight is absorbed by the land and less is reflected.
That's right. And as more sunlight is absorbed by the surface, the land gets warmer and more ice melts. More melting leads to more plants.
It's a cycle, and eventually the weather turns colder and the land freezes solid again. I guess it is pretty important to look at our Earth as a whole.
The Earth is just too complex a place to understand by only looking at one of its systems.
Why does NASA study the Earth's systems?
The number one reason is to understand how any changes in these systems might affect life on our planet. After all, humans are part of the biosphere, and we've learned that it's possible for us to change the way these systems behave.
So how does NASA monitor the Earth's systems?
NASA has a unique vantage point from which to monitor the Earth: space. Satellites can see the entire planet relatively quickly any time of the day or night.
And you can see anywhere.
Exactly. NASA also uses satellites to study the Earth's energy budget.
The Earth has an energy budget?
Yes, and I think you need to look at that next. Dr. Laura Hinkleman at NASA Langley can help you with this.
Thanks, Dr. Adamek. This information has been really helpful.
Oh, you're welcome.
I'm meeting with Dr. Laura Hinkleman, an atmospheric scientist at NASA Langley Research Center in Hampton, Virginia. I know when we're talking about money, a budget is an estimate of how much money you have and how you expect to spend it in a given amount of time. But what is the Earth's energy budget?
It's similar to your definition, but instead of money, the Earth's budget is for radiation.
What is radiation?
Radiation is energy in the form of waves, such as light. Where does most energy on the Earth come from?
That's easy. The sun, our star.
That's correct. The sun's radiant energy lights up our daytime sky and makes all life possible on Earth. The radiation budget represents the balance between incoming energy from the sun and the energy reflected from or given off by the Earth.
So where does the sun get its energy?
All stars, like our sun, produce light and other kinds of energy by using the energy stored in the tiny nucleus at the center of atoms.
We learned that atoms are tiny particles that are the building blocks of all matter in the universe. And if a substance is only made up of one type of atom, then it's called an element.
Very good. One element found inside the sun is hydrogen. And when the nuclei of hydrogen atoms move very quickly, they can collide. Sometimes they combine to make helium atoms in a nuclear process called fusion. Fusion causes a tremendous amount of energy to be released.
And once the energy is released, it radiates outward into space.
Yes, but only a small amount of the sun's radiant energy reaches the Earth, and only a smaller part of that is visible light.
What happens once the sun's energy reaches the Earth?
The Earth's atmosphere provides a layer that can absorb harmful energy, such as ultraviolet light, X-rays, and gamma rays. Some of the radiant energy is bounced back or reflected into space, and some is scattered through the Earth's atmosphere.
So what happens if the Earth's energy budget isn't balanced between the energy that comes into the Earth and the energy that leaves the Earth?
If the energy coming into the Earth is greater than the flow of energy going out, then the overall temperature of the planet will rise.
Will the Earth cool if the energy coming into the Earth is less than the energy leaving?
Yes, and over long periods of time, any change in the overall energy budget can affect the climate and thus affect the livability of the planet for humans, other animals, and plants.
How would it affect our ability to live on Earth?
If the temperature increases, for example, it could melt the ice at the poles, causing a rise in sea level. People living near the coast would be affected and might lose their homes. Some plants and animals depend on specific temperatures to live and reproduce. A difference of even 1 degree over time could be harmful.
What can cause the temperature of the Earth to change?
One reason could be a change to the overall energy balance of the Earth. For example, if the strength of the sun were to suddenly change significantly.
I wouldn't think that would be very likely.
No, a more likely cause would be a change in the overall structure of the Earth's system. For example, if the concentration of gases such as carbon dioxide increases, the surface of the Earth would warm. An increase in clouds can also block the sun and reduce incoming sunlight.
What could cause an increase in carbon dioxide in clouds?
Mostly human development.
Is human development when we cut down trees, build factories, and pave roads?
Exactly. And the burning of certain fuels, such as coal or oil, produces gases and small particles or aerosols, which can reflect and absorb radiation themselves.
So if there are more aerosols in the air, then more sunlight will be reflected back into space. Don't aerosol particles help to form clouds?
Yes, water molecules join together to form droplets more easily on the surfaces of small aerosol particles than in the air alone.
there are more aerosols in the air, the more cloud droplets might form, which will absorb and reflect more energy, causing a change in the Earth's energy budget.
I think you've got it.
What should be done to protect our Earth's energy budget?
Good question. Scientists continue to study the problem, but there's no one solution. It might help if we were to use renewable energy instead of relying on non-renewable energy sources.
Renewable and non-renewable. I think we need to learn more about that. We want our solution to our energy crunch to also be helpful to our planet.
Good idea. As you know, NASA is committed to its mission of protecting our planet.
This has been great, Dr. Hinkleman.
I'm glad I could help.
So what's up? Can the treehouse detectives find a way to save energy? Or will they have to give up their treehouse? Find out in the next exciting chapter of The Case of the Energy Crunch.
Be sure to look for the answers to the following questions. What are some non-renewable energy sources? What does photovoltaic mean? When you see this icon, the answer is near.
I miss meeting in the treehouse.
Me too, but with the cost of electricity and the energy shortage, we really need to budget our energy use.
I can help with that. I know all there is to know about budgets.
You were just like your brother. So how is Tony doing at school?
Great. He really loves his business classes. Just imagine the excitement of learning about macroeconomics.
Macaroni economics?
What is it with you and food? Are you hungry or something?
I should have had one of my wheatgrass smoothies before I left the house.
Let's get back to our energy problem. Remember, electricity is used in almost everything. Radios, televisions, computers.
And electric nose hair clippers.
Ew, I don't even want to think about that.
I'm not sure what the alternative is to using electricity, but I think we need to brainstorm other energy sources.
Okay, how do we do that?
Let's download a brainstorming map from the website to get started. Go to the NASA Sci-Files website where you can download helpful tools for your own investigations. So I think we're ready to go to the problem board. So what do we know?
We know that we need to limit our use of energy in the treehouse.
And we know that energy is the ability to do work or to make an effort.
We know the sun is the source of most energy on Earth.
And that the Earth's systems interact with each other.
We also know that the Earth has an energy budget.
So what do we need to know?
Laura Hinkleman at NASA Langley talked about renewable and non-renewable energy.
I wonder what the difference is.
I just emailed the other treehouse detectives to get their input too.
Justin sent me a text message. He's on the case. His mom went to Virginia Tech, and one of her college friends owns a company called Davenport Energy. Justin thinks he can help us.
That's great. That means we can keep skating.
I'm in South Boston, Virginia to meet with Mr. Ben Davenport. His company, Davenport Energy, serves over 13,000 customers. That's a lot of energy.
I understand that you're here to learn more about renewable and non-renewable energy sources.
Yes, we're having an energy crunch at our treehouse, and we need to learn about all the different energy types to determine which one will best solve our problem.
Well, Ms. Lipscomb here is just the person you need to speak with. Let me know if there's anything else I can do to help.
Thanks, Mr. Davenport.
Sure enough.
Power plants need energy to produce electricity. Most of the energy we use today to produce electricity is non-renewable. Non-renewable energy sources such as coal, petroleum, also known as oil, and natural gas are being used up faster than Earth can replace them. They are known as fossil fuels.
Why are they called fossil fuels?
Well, they actually are fossils. They're the remains of plants and animals that died and decayed over millions of years ago.
We read in our research that coal is made from plants that lived and died in swampy areas.
As the plants died and began to decay, sediments such as loose rock and sand piled up on top of the decaying plants.
What happened next?
The massive sediments compressed the partially decayed plants, squeezing out the moisture. Coal forms in various stages and produces lots of heat when burned.
I realize that coal is a fossil fuel because it is the fossil remains of plants. But oil is liquid, so why is it considered a fossil fuel?
Just like coal, the process started millions of years ago. The remains of animals and plants that lived in the ocean died and were covered by layers of mud.
And they were compressed.
Heat and pressure from these layers caused chemical reactions to occur, creating the liquid we call crude oil, as well as gases we call natural gas.
If fossil fuels are non-renewable, then why do we use them?
They're widely used because they're easy to find and collect. Today, coal provides almost 30% of the worldwide energy needs, while oil and natural gas provide almost 60%.
What type of energy does Davenport supply?
We supply petroleum products and propane gas to residential, industrial, and agricultural users.
We learned in the case of the Ocean Odyssey that oil rigs drill for oil and gas. But how does the oil and gas get to you?
After crude oil is removed from the ground, it is transported to a refinery by pipeline, ship, or barge. And at the refinery, it is separated into usable products.
I didn't know that oil could be made into different products.
1 barrel of crude oil produces about 20 gallons of gasoline, 7 gallons of diesel fuel, and other products such as propane.
What's propane?
Propane is an energy-rich gas that is found in either oil or natural gas. It occurs naturally as a gas. However, at a higher pressure or lower temperature, it becomes a liquid.
What is propane used for?
It is the most common source of energy used in rural areas that do not have natural gas service. It is used for heating homes, cooking, refrigeration, and anything else you'd use gas for. You can even power a bus or a car with propane.
If it is used mostly in rural areas, then how do you get the propane to your customers?
Propane usually goes by underground pipeline to terminals across the country. Railroads, barges, trucks, and supertankers then transport the propane to distributors such as Davenport. We then fill up small tank trucks called bobtails and deliver the propane to large storage tanks that are outside a customer's home.
I guess we could use propane to power the treehouse, but I think we should do more research on renewable energy.
I recommend you go see a friend of mine at Virginia Tech. He knows all about renewable energy. In fact, he and his students have built a house powered by sunlight.
Sounds like Virginia Tech is our next stop. Thanks, Miss Lipscomb.
You're welcome.
The Virginia Tech campus is huge, and some of the buildings date back to 1859. But the solar house a team of students built is very modern. Dr. Mike Ellis agreed to meet me here to talk about renewable energy.
Hi, you must be Justin.
Wow, this is so cool.
It is cool, and it's a great place to learn about renewable energy.
Where do renewable energy sources get their energy? We know that non-renewable energy sources like oil and gas got their energy from the sun millions of years ago.
Renewable energy sources like solar, wind, hydropower, and biomass also get their energy from the sun. The difference is these sources are constantly replenished.
How?
Take hydroelectric power, for instance. The sun provides the energy to evaporate water to make clouds. Rain from the clouds, along with melting snow, replenishes lakes. And water from the lakes flows through hydro plants like the Hoover Dam to make electricity.
Cool. I read on your website that this house was designed to be part of a competition called the Solar Decathlon.
That's right. The Solar Decathlon is a competition that occurs every 2 years. Students from colleges and universities across the country design and build solar houses and transport the houses to Washington, D.C. The houses are set up on the National Mall in the heart of the city, where they are judged in 10 different categories.
This whole house is solar powered?
That's right. This house is just like any other home. It's got lights, a refrigerator, heating and air conditioning. But instead of being connected to power lines, this house is connected to photovoltaic panels on the roof. That's our power source.
What does photovoltaic mean?
Well, photo means light, and voltaic refers to electricity.
So let me guess. The photovoltaic panels convert the energy of the sunlight directly into electricity?
Exactly.
Wait a minute. What if it's a cloudy or rainy day? Or what do you do at night when there's no sun?
The students thought about that, and they came up with a great solution. Any energy that's not used immediately is stored in batteries, so it can be used at nights or on cloudy days.
Did you have to be careful when you designed the house so that you wouldn't use too much energy?
The students were certainly concerned with energy use, because the less energy we use, the fewer photovoltaic panels we need on the roof, and the fewer batteries we need to store energy.
How did you save energy?
For the walls, we used translucent materials that let light in, so we didn't need to rely on electric lighting during the day. The materials we use for the walls and the roof are also good insulators, reducing the need for heating and cooling. And we used a very efficient heating and cooling system.
Does this house have hot water?
Yes. The photovoltaic panels on the roof also provide the energy to run a heat pump that heats water for showers, as well as hot water that runs in pipes under the floors to help heat the home.
It seems like energy research is pretty important at Virginia Tech. Thanks, Dr. Ellis.
You're welcome. And if you want to learn more about renewable energy, a good place to start would be the National Renewable Energy Lab in Boulder, Colorado.
Dr. D is at a conference in Denver, and Bianca's on vacation with her family in Boulder. We could get them to go there and do more research.
The National Renewable Energy Laboratory is the Department of Energy's premier lab for the research and development of renewable energy. This is the perfect place to learn about solar energy. I'm meeting Dr. D at a facility where they are testing all kinds of photovoltaic technology. Hey, Dr. D. Wow, check out that getup.
I'm glad you like my solar hat and jacket.
Does the fan on your hat have anything to do with the sun?
Naturally, it's powered by these photovoltaic cells on top. The sun's energy is converted directly into electricity, which powers the fan.
What about the photovoltaic cells on your jacket?
They're doing the same thing as the cells on my solar flashlight.
Dr. D, if the sun is shining, then why would you need a flashlight?
You use the electricity produced by the photovoltaic cells to charge the batteries during the day.
So you can use it at night. We think we have the answer to our energy problem at the treehouse.
What's your hypothesis?
If we can harness the sun's solar energy, then we will have unlimited energy to power the treehouse. We're working on calculating how many photovoltaic cells it will take to power the treehouse. Just think, if we had some photovoltaic cells on the roof to produce electricity and a solar collector panel to heat the water, we could save a lot of energy.
Of course, if it's cloudy, then you have a problem.
It does get cloudy a lot back home.
Why don't you have one of the treehouse detectives back home talk to Paul Stackhouse? He's a NASA researcher who can tell you about good locations for solar collectors. This will help you decide if you could depend upon solar energy.
Thanks, Dr. D.
I'm here at NASA Langley Research Center to meet with Dr. Paul Stackhouse. NASA research is helping companies and cities determine the alternative energy source that is best for their area. We're also hoping he can tell us whether or not we should put up solar panels at the treehouse.
Some energy analysts expect renewable energies to provide between 5 and 10% of the world's energy needs within 25 years, and that may rise up to 50% by the year 2050.
Wow, that's a big increase in the use of renewable energy. So why will it increase so much?
To meet the world's rising energy needs at an affordable cost, recent energy shortages have increased concern over our national energy policy. It is becoming more important than ever that we make sure that affordable energy is available.
So what new sources of renewable energy are the best?
It depends on a lot of factors. For example, you wouldn't want to build a wind farm in an area that doesn't get a lot of wind, just as you wouldn't want to build a large solar power plant in a cloudy area.
That makes sense. So how do companies know where to build renewable energy plants?
One way is to look at the environment in terms of its climate and weather. We are conducting research here at NASA that does this. NASA studies the Earth and its atmosphere with ground-based instruments, aircraft, and satellites.
Why do you need satellites?
Traditional weather data, air temperature, humidity, winds, and precipitation, are collected at limited locations. Solar energy data are collected at even fewer locations. Today, satellites provide the data to derive detailed weather and solar energy information. This helps energy companies make good decisions when planning and designing renewable energy plants.
So do you have to collect data for long periods of time?
One of the research programs, the Surface Radiation Budget Project, produces long-term data sets of solar and thermal energy exchange at the Earth's surface.
Who uses that information?
Climate researchers and the National Renewable Energy Laboratory.
We sent Bianca and Dr. D there to do some research on solar energy.
The National Renewable Energy Laboratory first requested that NASA make solar data available to a nonprofit company to determine if solar cooking devices would work in African refugee camps.
I'd like to try solar cooking. Do you think we'd have enough sunshine here to make one work?
On our website, you're able to see over 10 years of data for our area, and that could help answer your question.
We think that solar panels might be the answer to the energy crunch at our treehouse. Do you think we get enough sunshine here to make them work?
Well, let's go to the website and look at the data.
All right.
So what's up? Is solar power the answer to the Treehouse Detective's energy crisis? Find out in the next exciting chapter of The Case of the Energy Crunch.
Be sure to look for the answers to the following questions. How is wind created? What is biomass? What is E85 fuel? When you see this icon, the answer is near.
Okay, so solar energy may not be the answer to our energy problem at the treehouse. Justin looked at the data for our area with Dr. Stackhouse, and we have a lot of cloudy and rainy days.
Nothing helps with a problem board like hot chocolate. Thanks, Matt.
So what do we know?
We know that there is renewable and non-renewable energy, and the sun is the source of most energy on Earth.
We also know that solar energy is an example of renewable energy.
But it might not be the best way to power the treehouse.
So what do we need to know?
Dr. Stackhouse mentioned wind power. I think that might be a good place to start.
We do live along the coast and have a lot of windy days.
And of course, there are other forms of renewable energy to explore. So where do we go?
Bianca is still in Colorado. We can send her back to NREL. They do research on wind energy there.
I'll send her an email and see if there's someone who can meet with her.
Great. So wind is taken care of. What?
Nothing.
The treehouse detectives called me off the slopes again. I'm headed to the National Wind Technology Center in Boulder, Colorado, to meet with Miss Trudy Forsythe, an expert in small wind turbines.
So, I hear you're having an energy crunch at the treehouse.
Yes, and we're interested in wind as an alternative energy source.
Wind energy is an excellent renewable energy source.
Where does the wind come from?
To understand the wind, you need to understand how the sun heats the earth.
I know it's not the same temperature everywhere in the world, so the sun must heat the Earth's surface differently.
That's using your analytical skills. The uneven heating of the Earth and the rotation of the Earth work together to make wind energy.
How do they create wind?
Let's use a beach as an example. During the day, the land heats up very quickly, but the water takes longer to heat. The warm air above the land rises, and the cooler air above the water moves in to replace the rising warm air. The wind flowing from the ocean to the land is called a sea breeze.
So the wind is created when air moves from one location to another.
That's exactly right. Now let's think about a mountain. Cooler air is at the top of the mountain because it's higher in the atmosphere than the lowland. What happens to that cooler air?
Let's see. If hot air rises and cooler air sinks, then the cooler air will flow down into the warmer lowland areas.
And the faster the wind blows, the more power it has to do the work of turning the blades of a wind turbine.
How does a wind turbine work?
The blades on the turbine act much like an airplane wing. Wind blowing across the blades creates lift, and the spinning shaft turns the generator that creates electricity.
How windy does it have to be for a wind turbine to create electricity?
The Department of Energy measures wind on a scale of 1 to 7, with 7 being the strongest.
I wonder what the strength is of our wind in Virginia.
Average annual wind speeds can be found on wind resource assessment maps. I looked up where you live in Virginia, and the wind resource assessment map shows you're between a Class 2 and a Class 3 wind.
If we only want one wind turbine, is that enough wind for it to work?
That depends on the size of the wind turbine. A Class 3 wind has an average speed of about 5.5 meters per second, or 12 miles per hour. That's pretty good for a small turbine, and a Class 2 might work with a taller tower. We're also doing research with turbines on how to be more effective at lower wind speeds.
How tall does a tower need to be?
In general, the tower needs to be 2 times taller than the tallest obstacle in the prevailing wind direction, and it needs to be on at least 1 acre of land.
I know that a long time ago, windmills were used to pump water and grind grain, but don't most of them today create electricity?
That's correct.
I guess we couldn't put a wind turbine on top of the treehouse.
I don't think that would be a good idea because you'd have problems with turbulence and vibration.
Sounds like it's probably not the best solution to our problem.
Probably not if you live in the city. But wind turbines are great for farms and for other rural areas.
Will wind energy be the answer to our Earth's energy problem?
Not completely. The goal of the Department of Energy Wind Powering America program is to have wind energy meet 5% of our electricity needs by the year 2020.
That would take a lot of wind turbines.
By placing turbines together in a high wind area, you create wind farms. These wind farms are generally located in areas with Class 4 winds or higher. They can stand taller than a 20-story building, and the blades can be as long as 40 meters, or about 125 feet. Wind farms can produce enough electricity to power tens of thousands of homes.
That's a lot of power. What are some advantages to wind power?
Well, the advantages are endless. It's as cheap as conventional fuel sources today, and it's environmentally sound.
So what happens when the wind doesn't blow?
Utilities can generate power using other sources if the wind dies down, and isolated homes and farms can store energy into their batteries for later use.
Thanks, Miss Forsythe. This was really interesting.
You're most welcome.
Dr. D is always doing the coolest research.
This is amazing! Woo!
This time, it took him up to an altitude of 3,000 meters, or about 10,000 feet. I met up with him at Mile High Gliding, a company in Boulder, Colorado that offers glider rides over the Rocky Mountains.
That was a blast. If I lived here, I'd sign up for lessons.
They give lessons here?
Yes, they teach dozens of people each year how to pilot gliders. In fact, Mile High Gliding offers scholarships to young people for flying lessons.
Cool. I'll check out their website.
Did you know that my glider ride was a terrific example of energy?
What kind of energy?
The tow plane did the work to lift the glider above the ground, giving it potential energy. The plane's energy source was gasoline. Once the glider released from the plane,
3, 2, 1, release.
gravity brought it down, but wind power pushed it back up.
How did the wind do that?
Well, here they fly over the Rocky Mountains. When the wind blows over the mountains and comes down the other side, it collides with stationary air and bounces back up, creating wave lift. So glider pilots are really surfing the mountain wave.
Wind energy is amazing. I learned a lot today at the National Wind Technology Center.
Are you any closer to solving your energy crunch?
Well, where we live in Virginia, we don't have the best winds for a turbine, but we might be able to power a small one.
It sounds like you need to explore other options. How about vegetable oil?
Vegetable oil? You mean what you put in salad dressing?
Yes, certain types of trucks are actually powered by soybean oil. It's called biodiesel.
Are you sure, Dr. D?
Yes, I am, and it's definitely a renewable energy source.
I'll be sure to include that in my report to the treehouse detectives at home. We've got some more research to do.
Research is always a good idea. Even though it probably won't help with the treehouse, you should look into nuclear energy. It's fascinating.
Are you reading Bianca's report on wind?
I just finished it. Now I'm surfing the internet. There's a NASA Sci-Files Kids Club in New York. They're doing some interesting research on wind energy.
And they're a NASA Explorer School. Let's dial them up. Hi, I'm Kaylee, and this is Justin.
Hi.
We wanted to learn more about your research.
Hi, my name is Janae Tucker, and this is Chris Diaz, and we are Miss Jordan's class at the LaVergne37086 Academy CS214 in the Bronx, New York.
We are conducting experiments with windmills to see how the tilt of the blade affects the speed of the windmills.
We learned at NREL that wind is a great source of energy.
And that the speed of the wind is a factor in the amount of energy produced. But we didn't think about the tilt of the blades having an effect.
We weren't sure, but we hypothesized that the greater the tilt of the blade, the less the speed of the windmill.
So we constructed 3 small windmills with blades at different tilts to test our hypothesis.
To build each windmill, we cut rectangular-shaped blades from poster board. We attached paper clips to the back of each blade.
Next, we used a protractor to determine the correct angle for each windmill and inserted the metal tips of the paper clip into the cork.
What angle did you test for each windmill?
The 3 tilts were 20 degrees, 45 degrees, and 60 degrees.
We placed the cork on a skewer stick with a straw. Then we added a string attached to a paper clip.
We used a fan placed about 40 centimeters directly in front of the windmill.
For each test, we waited until the fan reached medium speed, then removed the wind block.
We used a stopwatch to time how fast the paperclip wound to the top.
We know how important it is to do multiple trials and control the variables. What were your results?
The average time for 20 degrees was 2.34 seconds. It was 3.32 seconds for the blades tilted 45 degrees and 6.18 seconds for the blades tilted 60 degrees.
Maybe you could repeat the experiment and increase the wind speed.
We thought the same thing. We're gonna try that next.
That's great. Be sure to send us your results.
We will. Goodbye from the LaVergne37086 Academy CS214 in the Bronx, New York.
Bye. Bye. That was very interesting. Wind seems to be a great way to create energy. Earth to Kaylee. Are you even listening?
Oh, sorry. I was rereading Bianca's report, and I think wind is our answer. We just need to figure out how big of a wind turbine to build outside of the treehouse. What do you think? 15 meters high? 25? I need a calculator.
Do you think Bianca's neighbors would be okay with a giant wind turbine in the backyard? And what if the wind doesn't blow?
Oh, good point.
Looks like we're running out of ideas.
Don't give up yet. We still have to check out biomass.
That's a funny sounding name. What do you think it means?
I'm not sure, but I think it might have something to do with trash. This says there's a trash plant in Baltimore that uses biomass to create energy.
A trash plant?
Sounds like that's our next stop. It wasn't hard to find the Wheelabrator waste-to-energy plant located in the heart of downtown Baltimore, Maryland. I can't believe this place looks so clean. I thought that a trash burning plant would look more, well, dirty. I'm here to meet with Ms. Maria Zanes. I can't wait to learn more about biomass and how they turn trash into energy. What is biomass?
Biomass is a very broad term used to describe all plant and animal matter on the Earth's surface that can be used as a source of energy. It can include algae, trees, crops, and other plants.
Dr. D told us that soybean oil can be used to fuel trucks. Is that an example of biomass?
Yes, it is, because soybean oil comes from the soybean plant.
So if plants create energy, where does the energy come from in the first place?
The energy comes from the sun. It is captured by growing plants through a process called photosynthesis. The energy is stored until released.
So at this facility, the energy is released when the ordinary trash, such as yard debris, paper, or cardboard, is burned.
That's right.
And less trash must be good for the environment.
Absolutely. Waste-to-energy plants such as this one can produce clean, renewable energy through the burning of solid waste. When burned, the amount or volume of trash is reduced by 90%.
And less trash means that there are fewer landfills.
And burning trash produces less carbon dioxide than burning fossil fuels, which also helps the environment.
So how do you turn trash into energy?
Incoming trucks deliver the trash to an enclosed reception area. Overhead cranes transfer the trash into the boiler's feed hoppers. Inside each boiler, the trash is burned at a temperature greater than 1,000 degrees Celsius.
Wow, that's around 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit.
Air is needed to fuel the fire, so the air is drawn from the reception area. By using the air from this area, garbage odors and dusts are prevented from escaping into the outside environment.
That's good. In the case of the unknown stink, we learned all about bad smells. What happens after you burn the trash?
The heat released from the burning trash turns water flowing through tubes in the boiler's walls into high-pressure steam. The steam runs a turbine that produces electrical energy.
How much electrical energy is created?
At full capacity, 2,250 tons per day of trash can generate enough electricity to power 50,000 homes.
That's a lot of electricity. And we always have trash.
In 2003, Americans produced more than 236 million tons of trash. That's 4.5 pounds of waste per person each day. But only 13%, or about 30 million tons of that trash, was used to generate electricity in waste-to-energy facilities.
Are more facilities being built so that more trash can be turned into energy?
Some communities that already have plants are expanding them to generate more electricity from trash. Several cities are also considering building new plants.
I don't think we can power our treehouse by burning our trash. It might be kind of dangerous, considering it's a treehouse. But a waste-to-energy plant sounds like something every community might need.
It is a great option to be considered.
Thanks, Ms. Zanes. This has been really helpful.
You're welcome.
I'm at Virginia Tech again, this time to meet with Dr. Doug Nelson. He works with a team of students that are participating in a competition called Challenge X. I'm here to find out what Challenge X has to do with renewable energy. So what is Challenge X?
Well, Challenge X is a 3-year competition that allows engineering students a chance to do research and development on vehicles that have less environmental impact.
So what are you researching here?
Well, our hybrid electric vehicle team is working on a hybrid vehicle that runs on E85 fuel.
What's E85 fuel?
It's a fuel that's made from 85% ethanol and 15% gasoline, and the ethanol comes from plants like wheat or corn.
Because it's made from plants, is it considered a biomass fuel?
Yes, it is.
Why can't you just use ethanol?
Well, gasoline has to be added to help vehicles start in cold weather.
I remember in our research on biomass that some gasoline already has ethanol in it. How is E85 different?
Well, current fuels have up to 10% ethanol, so they're called E10. Most cars in the U.S. can run on E10. However, if you want to use E85 fuel, you have to alter the engine in a car or truck.
Does ethanol work just as well as regular gasoline?
Yes, but it doesn't get as many miles per gallon as regular gasoline. Although the advantage is it's a renewable energy source.
How is ethanol made?
In this country, it's mostly made from corn by a process called fermentation.
What's fermentation?
It's a biochemical process where a microorganism breaks down a substance into simpler ones. In Brazil, they make a lot of ethanol for cars by fermenting sugarcane. And the exciting news is that scientists are researching ways to make ethanol from things such as wood chips and corn stalks.
We learned all about burning trash to get energy, and now it's great to see another way to use waste products to produce energy.
Research is being done on a plant called switchgrass.
Switchgrass?
Yes, switchgrass can grow in poor soil. It doesn't need to be planted every year, and in general is much cheaper to grow than corn.
Are there any other advantages to using ethanol over gasoline?
Yes, it burns clean and it produces less carbon dioxide. Another advantage is that it's energy efficient to produce. Researchers found that burning ethanol produces 34% more energy than is required for its production.
Why aren't there more E85 cars?
Well, first we'd need to produce enough ethanol for all the cars that use it. Also, there aren't a lot of E85 gas stations.
But what if you're driving and you run out of ethanol?
That's okay, because cars that run on ethanol can also run on regular gasoline. They're called flex fuel vehicles.
I bet they're more expensive than regular cars.
They generally don't cost any more than the same model of car that runs on only gasoline. Now that gasoline is costing more, ethanol will become more attractive to car buyers, so more stations will probably start selling it.
I like the idea that ethanol is a renewable energy source.
Well, then you really like the car we're working on. It's a hybrid electric vehicle, or an HEV. It will run on E85 and regular gas, but also uses electricity.
Wow, that's really cool.
Yes, it is. The electric motor helps power the car when there's more work to do, such as climbing a hill or accelerating. And when you brake in an HEV, this causes the motor to act like a generator and charge the battery.
Sounds like a real way to save energy.
Yes, and we're really excited about the competition. We think we can win with our E85 hybrid car design.
I sure hope so. Thanks, Dr. Nelson.
You're welcome.
So what's up? Should the treehouse detectives use biomass fuels to power the treehouse? Find out in the next exciting chapter of The Case of the Energy Crunch.
Don't forget to look for the answers to the following questions. What is uranium? What are some ways to conserve energy? How does insulation help to conserve energy? When you see this icon, the answer is near.
The USS George Washington, 4 acres of sovereign U.S. territory. This is so cool, and we haven't even talked about nuclear power yet. I'm meeting with Lieutenant Morris, who works as a propulsion plant watch officer in the reactor department on the ship. Wow, it must take a lot of energy to run a huge ship like this.
It certainly does. It takes a tremendous amount of energy to run the main engines to propel this ship through the water. And with 5,000 sailors on board, we also need electricity to power lights, appliances, and countless other machinery.
Where do you get your energy?
From the ship's 2 nuclear reactors.
How do they do that?
Well, a nuclear reactor operates basically the same as a power plant, with one exception: the source of heat. The process that produces the heat in a nuclear plant is the fissioning, or splitting, of uranium atoms.
What is uranium?
Uranium is a naturally occurring, silvery white radioactive element. When the uranium atoms in the fuel fission, heat is generated, which raises the temperature of ordinary pressurized water.
Well, what happens next?
The water circulates through a closed sluice that includes a heat exchanger, which has a water-type boundary between the pressurized water and the unpressurized water that is in a steam system. The energy from the pressurized water causes the unpressurized water to boil, producing steam.
And the steam uses its energy to turn the turbine.
The steam turns the turbines to propel the ship through the water and to produce electricity. After the steam turns the turbines, it flows to a condenser. Both the water from the pressurized system and the steam system are pumped back to be heated again.
What is a condenser?
A condenser is also a heat exchanger that removes heat from steam so it condenses into water. Seawater is used to provide the cooling water for the condenser. The condensed water is then pumped back to be heated into steam.
Wow, nuclear energy sounds pretty complex. Do you need special training to work in the reactor department of a ship?
Absolutely. Sailors working on aircraft carriers, submarines, or any vessels powered by nuclear energy must go through extensive training and education. And our training continues throughout our careers.
I guess safety is very important when you're working with nuclear energy.
Safety is number one. In fact, Naval Reactors maintains an outstanding record of over 133 million miles safely steamed on nuclear power. The program currently operates over 100 reactors.
Are sailors ever exposed to radiation?
Actually, over the course of the year, an average sailor that works in engineering spaces receives less than 15% of the radiation exposure that you get from natural radioactivity in the environment each year.
Working in the reactor department sounds challenging.
It is, and yet it's an exciting career choice. If you are interested, you should talk to your Navy recruiters at your school. Would you like a tour of the ship?
Definitely.
Well, let's go.
All of these energy alternatives are a lot to think about.
That's why I made my brain smoothie, to nourish my brain and think more clearly.
Please don't tell me that brains is one of the ingredients.
No, the secret ingredient is spinach. You want some?
No, that's cool. I think my brain just kicked into high gear.
I feel like there isn't just one answer to our energy problem.
I know what you mean. All of our research has made me think about the future of energy.
Me too. We know that non-renewable energy won't last forever.
And even though there are lots of alternative energy options, not every option will work in every location.
My mom and dad are always talking about conserving energy around the house.
Yeah, mine too. Turn off the lights, close the door, don't stand in front of the fridge.
Wait a minute. We haven't researched energy conservation yet.
Maybe that smoothie really is increasing your brain power. That's a great idea. I know just the person we need to talk to. Ward Burton.
Ward Burton, the race car driver?
Exactly. Mr. Ward Burton won the Daytona 500 in 2002. You might be asking, what does he have to do with energy conservation? Well, conservation has always been an interest of his. He has even created this 2,000-acre wildlife preserve here in Southern Virginia.
Most of the energy that we use comes from natural resources, like fossil fuels, which are limited. No one knows for sure how long they'll last. It is really important to conserve as much energy as possible now until other alternative energy sources are more available.
That makes sense. So what are some ways we can conserve energy?
Well, there are easy things you can do, such as turning off your lights when you leave your room.
And turning off my computer and monitor when I'm not using them.
Yes, you know that'll help. Also, be sure to wash only full loads of laundry and full loads in the dishwasher, too.
I could walk or ride my bike short distances and even carpool with my friends.
Excellent idea, Justin. And then you not only help save on gasoline, but you cut down on carbon dioxide emissions also.
We learned that an increase in carbon dioxide could cause the atmosphere to warm and the climate to change.
That's correct, Justin. You know, however, in the last 30 years, engineers and scientists have worked really hard to reduce the carbon dioxide in the atmosphere by 85%. But you know, it's still an important consideration when choosing an energy source.
Our treehouse has a lot of electronic devices that use up a lot of energy. What else can we do to save energy?
One thing you can do is to make sure that your appliances and electronics are energy efficient. If you need to replace an appliance, be sure to look for an Energy Guide and an Energy Star label.
What are they?
Energy Guide labels are required on most home appliances, but not all electronics. The labels provide an estimation of the product's energy consumption or energy efficiency. Energy Star labels appear on appliances and home electronics that meet the strict energy efficiency criteria established by the U.S. Department of Energy and the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency.
Is there anything else we can do?
Well, it might not be practical for your treehouse, but you can easily reduce a home's heating and cooling costs through proper insulation.
How does insulation work?
Heat flows naturally from a warmer to a colder space. For example, in the winter, the heat flows directly from all heated spaces to nearby unheated attics, garages, and even basements, and sometimes right out in the outdoors. Properly insulating your home will prevent heat flow.
So it's like putting a big blanket around the house.
Right, but the blanket is inside the walls, the attic, and the flooring. And the sealed doors and windows will control the loss of heat through the cracks in the opening. And you know, more importantly, raise or lower your thermostat in your house. In the winter, every degree you lower your thermostat, you save 3% of your heating costs.
Wow, I never knew there was so much to conserving energy.
Well, sometimes we just don't think about it until we have an energy crisis. But it is important to consider energy conservation every day.
I read on the internet that you have a foundation.
Yeah, I do, Justin. and I created the Warburton Wildlife Foundation to help conserve America's land and wildlife. The foundation encourages wise management of our natural resources, while at the same time educating children and adults about conservation.
We definitely need to be educated on our natural resources. We had no idea that energy wouldn't always be there for us.
Well, Justin, it really sounds like you're on the right track now. I'd like to take you to see where our building for our Natural Resource Educational Center is going to be. Come on, let's go see.
So, after all your research, what's the most interesting thing you've discovered about energy?
I think it's amazing that cars can run on vegetable oil. I mean, that's the kind of car I want to get when I get my license. I'll be able to save money because I won't have to buy gas.
I like the huge wind turbines because wind is free.
I like the idea of burning trash to make energy. It's even better than free energy because it reduces the amount of trash that's building up in our landfills.
Those are all great ways to produce energy. And just think what scientists and engineers might come up with in the future. In fact, right now, NASA is doing research on a way to propel spacecraft using the sun's energy.
How'd they do that?
Sunlight bounces off a football field-sized ultra-thin mirror called a solar sail. The bounce of the sunlight only provides a very small force, but the sunlight can push for a long time. Would you believe that after 1 year, a spacecraft like a planetary probe could get moving as fast as 50,000 kilometers per hour?
That's fast and pretty amazing. But what's even more exciting is that we can move back into the treehouse.
How did you convince your mom and dad?
Actually, they were excited about our results.
We discovered that the treehouse wasn't using a lot of energy after all.
Right. We have a few light bulbs, a TV, and some electronic devices.
The treehouse doesn't have a lot of appliances that use up a lot of energy, such as heaters, air conditioners, clothes dryers, or even refrigerators.
So your parents were the ones using most of the energy and causing the electric bill to be so high.
That's right. So we told Bianca's parents about conserving energy and the alternative energy sources that are available.
And you know what, Dr. D? We realized that there's not a single solution to the energy crunch.
Right. We had to learn that a lot of things can work together.
You mean an energy-saving system?
Right. From now on, Bianca's dad is going to buy Energy Star appliances when they need to buy new ones.
Bianca's mom said that they were going to set the thermostat a few degrees cooler in the winter and a few degrees warmer in the summer.
My dad said that next year we're going to buy a solar water heater.
That's great. So what about the treehouse?
That's the best part. I think we have a solid plan. First, we are going to get some solar cells for the roof of the treehouse.
My parents asked that we do some fundraisers to pay for half the cost.
We figured that even though it gets cloudy here, the solar cells will still provide a good portion of our energy needs.
We're also going to seal the cracks in the treehouse and put in some insulation. This should make the treehouse a little more bearable when the weather's too hot or cold.
And don't forget, RJ's gonna buy an Energy Star blender for the treehouse so he can save energy while making his famous smoothies.
Well, if that's the case, why don't I give you a website that has healthy and delicious recipes for smoothies?
Good idea, Dr. D. Researching new recipes for RJ should definitely be our next project.